We do have a quorum, so I will call this meeting to order. Would you please join me in a moment of silence? And the pledge to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag. City Clerk, would you please read the rules to speak?
Yes, sir. Individuals wishing to speak on public and non-public hearing agenda items must complete a sign-up card prior to the item being introduced. Those wishing to speak on quasi-judicial public hearings must complete a sign-up card and sign the oath. Sign-up and oath cards are available on the table in the council chamber. Individuals wishing to speak on non-agenda items may do so under petitions from the public present. This opportunity is offered twice in the meeting, and individuals may speak at either the first or second petitions, but not both. No sign-up card is required. Citizens shall not comment on any issue more than once during the meeting. All comments except petitions and requests must address the pending issue, and citizens will be given 3 minutes to speak on all agenda items. Citizens wishing to speak on the consent agenda must submit a comment card identifying the items of interest. Speakers shall be given 3 minutes per item. However, citizens wishing to speak on more than 3 consent agenda items shall be limited to speaking for a total of 10 minutes, regardless of the number of items. All sign-up cards and exhibits being submitted to the City Council shall be placed in the box on the table in the council chamber.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the February 22nd, 2022 and March 8th, 2022 regular City Council meetings and the March 15th special City Council meeting?
So moved.
I have a motion by, almost said Vice Mayor, since you are here. Member Nelson, I need a second.
Second.
Second by Member Stokoe. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Passes unanimously. City Manager.
Yes, sir. We have no special recognition or presentations. Staff, the applicant for item 10B has withdrawn his application. We don't need a vote. We've just removed that from the agenda. So we're on to boards and commissions, item 6A, which is the North Brevard Commission on Park and Rec. And you have the written report. There was an updated report sent to us right before the meeting began, so it's in your yellow envelope. What's in your agenda packet was updated prior to the meeting.
Thank you. I have that right here. Appreciate it. So we move on to 6B.
Yes, sir. And this is accept the resignation of regular member of the North Brevard Library District Board, Rhonda Van Zant, with the effective date of 4 April 2022.
Very good. We've got it read. I see no staff comment. Council questions? I see none. Cards? Do we have any cards?
Actually, no, we have one for 6A, not 6B.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
I move to accept the resignation of regular Rhonda Van Zant with regrets.
Very good. Thank you. I have a motion from Member Nelson. I need a second.
Second, to accept the resignation of regular member Rhonda Van Zant of the North Brevard Library District Board.
Thank you very much. Roll call vote.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
And Member Stokoe?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That motion passes unanimously. Petitions and requests. We move on to petitions and requests. Do anybody would like to say something here? Petitions and requests.
Michael Myjack, Alpine Lane.
Oh, Michael Myjack.
Can we agree that Titusville has the power and duty to protect itself, its residents, its businesses, and visitors, and the economy from legalized harm? Can we agree on that, Parmas?
Oh, absolutely. But
Good.
I know there's a second part here.
Oh, yeah. Legalized harm. Legalized harm is caused by action or inaction of federal and state governments, be it erratic definitions of health, harm, public interest, various scientific standards or environmental impact considerations or requirements, poor staffing, budgeting, or resource decisions, standard design or enforcement of proper basin management action plans, or inappropriate use of fertilizers, herbicides, etc. Waters such as the Indian River Lagoon have suffered from and continue to be impacted by substandard but legal government harm. Missing in the current system is the ability to effectively challenge such continued or planned harm. We believe it is the citizens' inherent right to question and to stop such practices to better protect themselves, their families, their businesses, and their communities. The problem isn't a lack of environmental laws in Florida. It's not due to a string of illegal pollution. The problem set is a systemic and is more like a death of 1,000 cuts, which is comprehensively difficult and expensive to remedy for large water bodies such as the Indian River Lagoon, much less fully restore. To make sense of our hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars invested, we must be able to establish a stopgap to do no more harm. We need a mandate in allowing individuals, businesses, and nonprofits to engage in the litigation to arrive at a better solution. Courts will rule in equity, considering what's possible, what harm is preventable, and declare certain actions or policies or inactions to be in violation of the right of clean water. We need this fundamental, indefeasible right so that we can have a toehold to hold the DEP accountable. They're responsible for this lagoon and the situation that we're in. They're the permitting firm that allowed the conditions to become what they are. It's not you, it's not the building, it's their permitting, and we need a way to fix that. Please consider adding the right to clean water to the Titusville Charter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next petitions and requests, please.
Stan Johnston, 860 Poinsett Avenue. And I just spoke at the CRA meeting about a similar thing, and that is that we have the FDEP not doing the right thing. Well, not only that, is not being honest. I mean, when we had this sewer going into the river, beginning in December of 2020, and actually it continued on until even February the 18th. There was still sewage going into the river. I saw it, and so did a number of other people. And so DEP covered it up, city covered it up, and the Florida Today covered it up. They were dishonest about it. The sewage spill. They and from our city manager, we have had a consent order that was approved by City Council saying the sewer stopped on December the 19th. Well, but it didn't. It didn't. So in other words, we're not telling the truth. I don't think that's good. I really don't think that's good. So this has to do with what Mr. Majak was saying, is that we have some kind of a propaganda engine here in our government that covers up. The Florida Today I sent all kinds of things to Florida Today about this, and so did other people, pictures, photos, and everything like that. Florida Today wouldn't report it. And I've told you what a journalist told me. He said he'd lose his job if he told the truth. That's what we have here. That's what we have in our government, including the city of Titusville. We have a number of people who are on gag orders. They can't tell about that sewage spill. They lose their job. It's not good. It's shameful. It's shameful, and that's what we have. We have gag orders. And the democracy here in the Space Coast capital of the world. Gag orders. Don't tell what the city did, or you lose your job. In other words, this is shameful. Well, this is shameful. This is big time. And the thing is that I would like to reverse that. I would like us to tell the truth. Because what we have now is we have out there in the river, it's like a desert compared to what it was. It really is. And I can say that from my experience. I've been here only 50 years, but before that I was in Florida a number of times back in 1952. And it's horrible. It's a decimation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other petitions or requests from the public? City Manager, I think we moved to consent agenda.
Yes, sir. City Council, are there any questions of staff on consent agenda items A through E?
One of our shorter ones.
City Council, would you like to pull any of the consent agenda items A through E?
No.
Clerk, are there any cards on consent agenda items A through E?
Yes, sir. We have one individual that's filled out for all 5 items, and then on 8C, we have 5 additional individuals, and 8E, 2 additional individuals.
So, Mayor, with your permission, I'll read the titles for the record.
Thank you,
And
sir.
then we'll do cards. Consent agenda item 8A, approve the contract award for the citywide plumbing services. Consent agenda item 8B, approve work order number 6 for the annual stormwater and piping installation. Consent agenda item 8C, approve the award for the hanging basket and artificial plants contract award. Consent agenda item 8D, accept the FY 2021 annual report for the Titusville City Community Redevelopment Agency. And consent agenda item 8E, approve advisability for the code related to adult daycare facilities.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, can I go and get the 5 that did C first, or is that too difficult? I'd like to do that, and then I'd like to go with E, the 2 there, and then go with the last one with all of them. That way I can focus on one of these at a time, and there seems to be quite a few cards on 5.
So
C.
8C, the first card is Kathleen Perez.
Kate Perez, 3025 South Washington Avenue, Titusville. I have a question about this real quickly. So these artificial plants, fake plants and hanging baskets, this is coming from the money that used to be the tree ordinance, but somehow got magically changed into the beautification ordinance. Is that correct?
I didn't think so, but I don't want, Kevin, can you answer
These
that,
are
please?
CRA funds.
They're different funds.
Yeah,
CRA
community
funds.
redevelopment funds.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that clarification. I'm just wondering why we're spending $34,491 and then $20,661 annually for fake plants instead of like actual trees or native plants or something that would I don't know, absorb polluted stormwater, give a place for birds and things to live, butterflies, whatever, bees. Why are we spending the money on artificial plants? Can anyone tell me that?
And we just discussed that in the CRA, and that was some question, but Kevin, can you answer that, please?
Yeah, the first 2 years we did baskets hanging on our light poles downtown. They were living plants. They also didn't survive very long, and they were very maintenance heavy. They weren't visible because they're hanging at 12 feet above your head. So we switched to artificial 3 years ago to put artificial hanging plants in, so they overhang the sides of the basket. So they last less maintenance. They last longer for us. They're up high in the basket. The reason why the upfront cost this time around is we are replacing the baskets that were purchased about 5 years ago. They're rusted now. They're being replaced. That's why the initial cost is higher. And the annual cost went up from last time we replaced them because the economy of scale right now, everything has escalated in price.
And can I ask you why you didn't look into native plants
But
that would have survived? Like, epiphytes, for example?
I mean, if the council desires, we can go back to looking at living plants. We switched out, I think it's been about 3 or 4 years since we've been used any living plants in the baskets. The artificial require no maintenance on our part. That's a big for us as far as the maintenance of them, and we never saw them growing out of the basket when we previously used live plants.
All right.
But certainly we can, that's up to the council's direction.
Thank you. Stop the clock for a minute, please. Member Robinson.
Yes, it was explained to me about the plants as well. And I like what that staff member just said, that, it's been several years since we went down that avenue. It may be something that can be looked at.
Member Nelson.
Hey, I'm just going to say, I saw the baskets several years ago. They looked horrible. The living plants were just,
Right, but they weren't natives, right?
I can't remember what they were. And maybe Kevin has an idea of what they were, but they just looked horrible. And, yeah, it was like a sprig here, a sprig there. I mean, we could look at that, but we need to do something where, we're not going down the street. A friend of mine who lives downtown was like, oh my God, those things are ugly. So we need to do something where we don't have ugly down there. Do you remember-
And certainly your point's well taken. I do recall too, when we talked about this 3 years ago, that they're having a hard time having those plants grow. And there can be some seminar on the native plants that would grow. I don't know that, but I do know we want something out there that looks better than what you're speaking to. So I think that's where we're going right now, but doesn't mean we can't readdress it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next one, please.
Nidra Tia,
Next card, please.
Nathan Slusher,
Good evening, Nathan Slusher at 860 Allendale Street. I'm going to speak out against $35,000 for fake plants. I do appreciate the explanation given. However, I do understand that fake plants don't last very long either. It's something that I've had to tear down and put up and tear down and put up. If live plants are looking horrible, if the actual hanging baskets are not working accordingly, it's because the landscaper who put them in is using bad plants or using bad planting techniques or using bad watering techniques. Hanging plants can look beautiful if they're properly maintained with the right amount of maintenance per week. With the cost that's on this agenda, we could have 100, and I say we, my company could install 100 plants that cost $150 a piece and pay somebody to maintain them for 8 hours a week for an entire year. The cost bothers me. If it was a $1,000 cost to put in some plants, that's understandable. But we're talking almost $55,000 to install fake plants. That doesn't, I understand the thought process with beautification, and I commend anyone who is going through the process to provide a plan to make us look beautiful. But fake plants does not help the reputation of the city. Thank you.
What, Kevin, how long do these artificial fake plants last?
You get about 1.5 years out of them at the most. Usually when they come down after hurricane season, that's when they're being replaced. I will say the cost has escalated on this because we're replacing the basket as well. This is the first time we replaced the whole basket, the actual structure, but since we purchased them. So you get a little extra cost on that. So it's not just a plant, but we are getting about 1 year to 18 months out of the plants. That's about the best we've gotten out of this version of them.
And we just replaced the baskets too this time,
Yeah, this would be everything but the hanger on the pole.
which is one reason they're so much more expensive than we normally do.
Yeah, there's initial upfront, then the 20,000 is a plant only replacement for your option.
All right, thank you. Next card, please.
Michael Myjack,
Hijack, Alpine. Plastic plants? Really? Seriously? You can't flip the switch to turn the video on so we can record the TEC because of the millions of dollars of back money that the city manager is behind, but we can afford $20,000 annually for plastic plants? For crying out loud, which one's going to have more community involvement? Plants that are 12 feet high that you can't see, and they're plastic and they're raining down on us because it's plastic and they fall apart in ultraviolet light, but, you know, plants have that down pat. Why so much money for something that on an annual basis isn't going to provide as much benefit? You could be doing something for the lagoon instead of putting up plastic plants that are going to deteriorate, fall in the raceway right on down to the lagoon. What are you doing? What are you considering? I don't understand. I don't understand how to change the hearts and minds of men who have apathy for what's happening to our environment and continue to do the same thing day after day, expecting different results. That's the definition of insanity. That's what y'all are doing. You understand that? We need a new game plan, Coach. Thank you.
Go ahead and have a seat, but I'm going to disagree with you. It's real easy to sit out there and use that term apathy and all that stuff when, quite honestly, I don't know. I mean, you're here some of the time. I mean, if we need to, we can certainly give everything we've done for the Indian River Lagoon, because I don't guess you're looking for that. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. You had your time. Next up, hold on. Member Stokel.
Yep. Kevin, did this go out for bids for people to bid the project?
Yeah, it went out. The purchasing had 316 notified vendors, 7 picked up the plans. We only got 1 responded, but most of our landscapes get about 1 or 2 respondents on it.
Okay, and then just to clarify, you said the costs have gone up based on.
Yeah, last time we bought these ourselves, and now they've greatly exceeded what we paid last time.
Okay, and I just wanted to say that just to clarify that we are going through the bidding process.
Right.
As you said, we had 1 person respond. That's the cost that we have to do that as a government entity.
Absolutely.
Go through that process. And I don't know if you guys remember recalling, when I first got in, a lot of people were complaining about how ugly downtown looked.
Absolutely.
And this was something that the CRA has talked about and voted on. So there has been a lot of thought going into some of these items. And as Kevin mentioned, the upkeep, the maintenance, hiring somebody, going through all the paperwork, or is that person getting benefit? There's a lot more that goes into certain things than just let's put them up and see what happens type
Right.
thing.
I asked that question in the first meeting about bid. I want to make sure that took place. I will also tell you that, and I write this down all the time, 50,000. Why 50,000? Because there's 50,000 people that I represent. And then they don't necessarily come here. Many of them are at the Little League ballpark right now, or they're at the softball field, or the soccer field, they're at church, whatever they may be doing. But I cannot tell you the number of times people have come to me and said how great the downtown looks now from it did 5-6 years ago. So I'm going to stand by we're making that great effort. And I'm also going to stand by we're making a tremendous monetary and planned effort. As a matter of fact, whenever I get the summary, we are ahead of the schedule when it comes to what we're supposed to do for the Indian River Lagoon. And I think the Indian River Lagoon is extremely important to all of us. And I can say at least 3 of us up here ran when in 2016, we also pushed for the Indian River Lagoon half-cent sales tax as well. So, I mean, I'll stay by that, and we'll continue to do our very best, and some will get it and some won't. Next up. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Nelson.
No.
Go ahead.
Well, sitting here looking at this and thinking about the downtown area, I would sort of like to see us hold off, and see if there are native plants that maybe we could use in the baskets, or if we could use the money better toward maybe Scobie Park, because that's an area we're working on. They've done the mangroves, and that might be an area that we might get more bang for the buck. So that's sort of my thought on it.
And I'm not opposed to mixing in some mixed plants and some, maybe even look at some native plants or whatever and see how they stack up. How do they do? How do they hold? Do they last? What do they do? But But at this point, it seemed as though we had to move forward with this, and then we can move forward at looking at some native plants and putting in some different baskets. I'm all for native plants. I'm all for plants. But at the same time, the first thing we had brought to us was what you had in line, and it was to beautify the downtown area. And, you know, the biggest part seemed to be there's nobody out there doing this, and the baskets this year are what the bulk of the cost was. It wasn't the artificial flowers, as I understand it. Mr. Kevin?
I mean, certainly we can do as directed. I will share, we're awarding Scobie Park in the next, not at tonight's council meeting, but the next council meeting. It's falling within the grant fund, so it'll be fully funded by a church development grant for the landscaping. It was about a $20,000 package of Florida native plants, Florida-friendly plants. So you'll see that at the next meeting. Certainly, if there's more desire, we can always come back through the CRA with additional plantings there. That's up to the direction we're given. Same with the plants. Part of this is baskets. I can't say what the vendor will honor or not honor if we take part of the bidding away, or if we have to rebid. That'd be a discussion we have to have in purchasing. So again, it'd be the direction if you want us to make this purchase and look at natives, we can. I can share from experience, when we did have live plants, it was very maintenance intensive for our staff because Streets does not operate in the CRA. They operate on sidewalks and asphalt elsewhere. So asking them to come water plants is a drain on our resources from the streets maintenance side. We do have one CRA worker, but that pulls him off of things like Indian River Ave that we keep up with instead of a contractor. So it's a trade out for maintenance. We trade one thing for another. So I can't say that it would be a savings anywhere when I'm trading maintenance people out. But certainly whatever the direction is, we can do. We didn't have a good experience with the live plants. I think, as a matter of fact, the artificial version of the live plant we purchased. They just never grew in to look like they do in the artificial realm. So, but they look mature, they look grown, flowered year round without actual flowers. So we're happy to do whatever the direction is from.
I think that what I heard from the CRA and what I've heard from the many citizens is they like the beauty down there, and artificial or real. They want some beauty down there. They like the lighting that's been put up. They like the flowers that we put up. But I'd like to see if we could do some area, I don't call it experimental, but where we could put some and see if we can grow them and have some longevity with them. I think that having some real plants, if they can be made to work, would be at least worth an effort. Again, Member Robinson.
Yeah, that's always my concern, and I'm highly in favor of real plants, but we also don't always forget there's a greater cost in having, and what you just said, Mr. Mayor, is let's look at it and see what, put a few live plants down and see what, because the maintenance cost on a live plant is a lot greater than that's on an official. So that means that we have to have staff, divert staffs that is normally concentrating in another area to, and if we let that area go, then we're going to have complaints in that area. And if we hire more staff and we start raising taxes, we're going to have complaints in that area. So I think that one of the better ideas that we can go with is try to just talk with someone that get plants from the local area, native plants that can grow under these conditions, and to also see what the maintenance is involved. And next time around when this comes up, we'll have better data to support the direction. But I still think that being that it has been a long time since we tried live plants, I think we should go and do a few to see what the outcome was going to be.
Absolutely. I'd say we're going forward with what you have now. And again, I think the citizens have liked that. But at the same time, I would like to see, and I don't know exactly where that would be the most successful area. You talk about how concrete, et cetera, is not, I get that. Maybe there's some places on some corners. I don't know. But I'd like you to kind of look into that for us and see what you think about that. Is there anybody else up here on that? All right, next card, please.
Tony Schiffelow.
Connie Schifolo, 715 Tropic Street, the historic Norwood House. I came here for other reasons tonight, but I got to speak to this. This is really a silly idea. Silly, silly, silly plastic plants. Jiminy Cricket. In a city that wants to pass itself off as the gateway to nature and space, can't you come up with something different than hanging baskets of overflowing plastic plants? Look at the way, if you live in a condominium, you don't have a yard, so you don't know how the weeds and the vines grow here. Those vines that grow up into the trees, those tropical, I don't know the names of them because I don't know plants myself, but I know a real one from a plastic one. And I think I would be embarrassed to have my friends come to Titusville and see that we line our streets with plastic plants when we say we're the gateway to nature. It's just so silly. So please forgive me for laughing at such a stupid idea. But $35,000, Jiminy Cricket, you could grow a whole bunch of those vines that grow up on the trees, and you could get civic involvement by getting the Titusville Men's Garden Club and the garden clubs and youth, for heaven's sake. We're trying to find projects for the young people, pay them minimum wage maybe to go and water these hanging baskets of real plants. You know, there's all kinds of other possibilities. Or maybe not hang baskets of plastic plants. Find some other way to beautify the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Next card, please.
We have another item or another individual that wants to speak on this item, but it's the one that wants to speak on all 5 items. So how would you like to do?
You'll speak on all your stuff, right? Yeah. Let's go to, is that all there is on that one?
Yes.
Then let's go to the E. And then Stan will bring you up last like we do.
Item E is Krista Register.
Hello, Krista Register. I live off Pine Avenue. I'm here today to help support a previous employer. I work at Titusville High School. I work with students with special needs in a transition program. I work very hard all day long to teach our students the necessary skills to be more independent in life when they graduate and age out and leave us. Oftentimes there's job employment sites for our students who excel expectations and can work at a higher level. But unfortunately, not everyone has those strengths to go out and get a paid employment job at, say, Publix or a convenience store. So we have a very large group of students who need other things besides work employment when they age out. Programs such as day programs are these places where our students can go to continue to work on daily living skills, job skills, communication skills, all the things to become as contributing members of society as they can with their abilities. Unfortunately, most of these programs I have to refer my parents to are down in the south end of the county. There is very little in the north end of the county for my students. That makes it very hard with transportation and the worry of some of the students who have more severe disabilities to have their students way down in Rockledge and Melbourne to do this every single day. So in a few minutes, you'll hear about the next adventure of someone important to us that is trying to bring that to the north area. And I feel that is very much an essential part to grow the north area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next card, please.
Laquita Collins.
Laquita Collins, 5110 Volusia Ave. Good evening. As my lovely court sister Krista just mentioned, speak on bringing adult day programs to the Brevard community, specifically being Titusville. I was born and raised here in the community. I attended Titusville High, where I also had the opportunity to go back and work with the BLAST program. There I found a need for adult day centers. Students who participate in the BLAST program, as Krista mentioned, they they may not meet all the requirements needed to go out and gain employment after the program. So an adult day center would provide respite service for family members and allow individuals the places to attend during the day. There is a lack of adult day programs in the Titusville area, 3 of them being Joe's Club, ECCI, and the New Life Space Coast Adult Day Center. ECCCI is the only program that caters to individuals with disabilities. So with me bringing this new venture to the community, that would help that situation. And yeah, that's all I have.
Very good. Very good. Any questions? Oh, I appreciate that. And I can tell you from days before my mom passed away, we were looking for adult daycare, and there was only one at that time. So, you know, I totally agree with where you're coming from. So thank you so much for your commitment and your words.
Thank you.
Next card.
We have Stan Johnston.
There we go.
Signed up on all items.
Stan Johnson, 860 Poinsett Avenue. 8A, neutral on that. 8B, neutral on that. On the hanging baskets, well, we are like Tony said, and that's what I wrote down before she said that, is we're a gateway of nature and space. It seems counterproductive. I mean, what we could do is, if we want to spend money instead of that, we could, why not do plastic birds? We could put plastic birds in the ponds. I think flamingos would be a real popular, and we could spend that money, and we could probably get some flamingos to last longer than a year, and they might bring more flamingos to our rosette spoonbills or something like that, and we could still be the gateway. We could do them on the way out to the Space Center. They could see the birds. Now. That might be better than, because plastic, you know, it deteriorates. We're having pollution problems with plastic now, even in the oceans, and they're talking about, I don't know how often, every year or so, everybody's eating as much as a credit card plastic, and just in drinking water and so forth. It's here, it's there, it's everywhere, and we're making more of it, just like pesticides. We're making more and more of it, and more and more. So, as I'm going to recommend that we table this, because we might come up with something better. Like, instead of plastic plants, plastic birds might be better. We could put them out there, and we could have, because there's much of them are getting to be almost extinct. And those are the birds we could choose. They're native. So that's something I'd like you to consider. But tabling this item might be the best thing to do, considering the discussion we've had, because $20,000 a year, Tony didn't mention that. She mentioned $35,000 or something like that, but $20,000 a year to it's like maintaining these plastic plants and replacing them. That's all that plastic is just going into it's going into our environment. So if we're really green, we should not be doing this. That's a lot of money just to spend on plastics and stuff. Well, that includes also labor too. But I think we could spend labor better than putting plastic flowers up and stuff like that. Do something better like cleaning the river or something, taking care of our horseshoe crabs or something. So I'm asking you to table that, and maybe consider flamingos. The next one is 4D, the annual report for the City of Titusville Community Redevelopment Agency. Now, I've gone to the CRA a number of times, and also Water Resources, about things, and we're just not getting communication. And maybe instead of it's not in the annual report about communication devices. I mean, we pay for telephones, but people don't answer the telephones. I go to the CRA and ask them to shut off the fountains that have sewage in them, that people are getting nausea and vomiting and diarrhea and so forth. Couldn't get the city manager to do it. Of course, I call the city manager and he's not available. So maybe the CRA could maybe pay for him for a workable phone that he could call. And same thing with Water Resources. They have a phone number on a sign, but nobody answers, or they're just put on a answering machine and then nobody responds. And of course, when I went to Water Resources to talk to them, what they did is they had me removed with a trespass warrant. So I'm kind of wondering where we're going. If we're going close to what Putin's doing over there in Russia, because I don't think they should have so much restrictions on, and I think that we shouldn't spray people with sewage. That's a bad idea. And I don't get response. I don't get response from CRA. And when I called the police department on this, they said, contact FDEP. And the same thing with FDEP. Their phones didn't work either. I'd call them and they wouldn't answer, or they just wouldn't return calls. So in this budgeting process right here, the annual report, I think that they should consider communication. Communication and the CRA, you know, they should have a lot to say about whether they're going to have these plastic plants, which it looks like they're approving, and they could reconsider, you know, plastic flamingos or something like that to replace them. But it's not good when we're saying gateway to nature and space, and yet we're contributing to this plastic pollution that is a big problem. We cannot continue to flush the Indian River, which is now proposed, as people say, let's make another inlet and just flush this stuff out into the ocean. And the ocean is getting bad. We don't have the liveliness of the ocean anymore, as we have. Corals is just almost, it's getting, I don't know, it's over 50% removed now, extinction in our corals. So we've got a problem. And this is what I did when I was a young kid. I had a test tube full of paramecium. This is interesting. And I put a broth in that. And by golly, they had you could see them because they're the big paramecium. You see them like dust. And then the next day, you know, they were just full, and then all of a sudden they were all dead. It's the same thing that happens on an island that when Kon-Tiki went by, they saw this island. These islands that were blush and everything. This one island was completely barren. It had one or two sheep there because somebody put a sheep there. There was nothing else in it. They just ate everything and then multiplied. Then it was a barren piece of rock. Same thing can happen to our world. So let's try to I'm sorry, I digress. Let's go on. So I'm asking the redevelopment agency to consider communication and the phony baloney that we're getting by not responding to issues such as I went to the city and asked them to the TEC to see what they could do, and they gave messages to the city for council to make action. They didn't do anything. So we've got a problem. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Stan. Any other cards? All right, we need a motion.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Member Robinson.
I have one question. I asked a question during the CRA meeting, and I still didn't get it on item 8D, and it's on page 93 of the budget of the audit, and it's on the liabilities, and I just wanted to know why the liabilities for 2021 was over $270,000 greater than it was for 2000. We have no one.
Mr. Robinson, I'd be happy to get you an answer tomorrow. I can make a guess, but that's all it would be.
Okay, I mean, please, I'll wait on the answer. So that is, what is the priority? I don't want to say yay on this without having that answer.
We don't have that answer. Is that something we need to look at pulling? Do you want to pull that?
Yes, I would ask to pull that because I truly need to know that answer on page 93 of our packet.
Do we want to make a motion to pull that? Is that how that would work?
Yeah, you'll need to table it to a time certain, which would be your next meeting,
Which
right?
would be,
I think.
next meeting. Member Robinson, would you like to pull that or table that?
Yes, I need to make a motion to table item 8D based on the answer to the question of liability difference.
If possible, could we table this item to the end of the meeting? Peggy's going to go get the answer for you right now.
All right, so before we pass the consent agenda, and I would agree that if that answer is not there for Member Robinson, I would vote in favor of tabling it. But want to go ahead and make the motion to table to the end of the meeting?
End of the meeting.
All right, do I have a second for that table?
Second.
All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? D will be tabled to the end of the meeting till we get that proper answer. Then I would be looking for a motion to the rest of the consent agenda. Before we do that, I'd like to also add, Kevin, if we could, on number 5, the hanging baskets, which I totally understand and get and will be nice. I think that I'd like to, if not now, look into not a presentation necessary, but advisement on from staff on how to call it experiment, call it make attempts, call it try to get some natural baskets out there as well and see how they rank, see how they do. And I'd like to have that done. I'm not going to say we need to add that to this. I'm just saying that I'd like you to see if you can't do something with that and give us a little feedback later.
We can set that up. We have 2 additional poles going on Julia Street that don't have baskets on them. We can add them, put natural plants in them.
And that would be
That'll
great.
give us 2 of our 110 poles will be.
And let's see how they look and how they compare and how they go. That'd be great. All right, now back
Okay.
to you.
Gosh,
We have a motion?
Nope.
No motion.
No. I'm almost thinking that Mr. Johnson is right, and we should table C and see, one, if the native plants would work, and we'll table it for a month, see what happens, and by then, maybe Kevin Cook can tell us how that's going. And 2, that's a lot of money, and the more I think about it, the less happy I am with it. And I just think that there may be other projects that we can use that money for. And Mr. Johnson has a right, has a point. You know, we have islands of plastic out in the ocean. So what happens when we get done with these plastic plants? They're going into the landfill. Some of our plastic, hopefully that's not going into our water. But when you look at the amount of plastic out in the ocean, the islands of plastic, just concerns me. You're right. Mr. Johnson is right. I went to a Rotary conference and talked to some scientists, and we all have plastic in our systems. Doesn't make me happy. So I would like to see us table it for a month and let Kevin get back to it.
Kevin, what can you show us in a month? The point I'm making is I am grabbing hold of and am friendly with the native plant experiment that we have struggled with in the past, apparently. What can you show us in a month?
We could bring back in the next CRA a pilot area, which would be shortening, not replacing all of our baskets, just replacing probably the inner core, Main Street area with a handful of baskets and plants. That probably can fit within our current maintenance schedules and such. It would relieve the rest of the poles won't have anything on them. We'll leave the baskets off, but we could probably come back with what we can do within the internal forces, the city manager's authority on purchasing to get a pilot program set up for the next CRA meeting. We won't see the growth's going to take more than a month. I mean, to put something in place and let it grow is going to take more than that period of time. But we can set up a demo and bring it back to the CRA of what we can put together.
I think I'd like that as well. And as I expressed in the first meeting, I wasn't happy with the price. I wasn't happy with the fact that we couldn't get people to bid on it, which makes the price go higher. But I do like the beauty, and I do get over and over, I don't go back on that, from the citizens that they like what's going on down there. But perhaps this is one we can stutter step on and see if we can't get some native plants to do something. And then back up a little bit. I'm not opposed to the stepping back and taking a deep breath on that one. The only thing I would ask is, can we see how much flamingos cost? I'm kidding.
They're
Take that off the
plastic.
record.
They're plastic.
Take that off the record. Maybe get some real flamingos walking around down there. Anyway, I think I would be in favor of backing up for a month and see what you can do with that. The price is a concern. Make another effort at the native plants, but at the same time, I'm not totally opposed to something that looks good. Native would be preferred. Plastic, not going to say flamingo again, would be nice too. Okay, so with that, we got a heck of a thing here to try to make a motion on.
So that's my motion.
All right,
Table it for a month. Let's see what happens, see what Kevin comes up with.
all right. If we haven't. Yes, we did. We tabled yours already until the meeting.
Right.
All right, I have a motion to table for 1 month the 8C. Do I have a second? All right, I've got a motion and a second to table 8C. Roll call vote on
Can we
that
have
one.
discussion?
Okay, you have discussion? Go
Yes.
ahead, Ms. Member.
Just to clarify, so if we decide not to utilize the funds for this, does that money go back to the CRA budget?
Yeah, if you don't take action on this item, the budget amendment never happens, so the funds stay with concrete repair.
Okay, so it'd go back to concrete repair.
Yeah, it stays in the capital fund of the CRA.
And that would have to happen within this budget year, or if we don't do it, would it roll over?
No, capital rolls forward every year. We'd
Okay.
like to spend.
So we won't
we'd like
lose
to
it.
spend our capital, but
All
yes,
We won't-
capital
Okay.
doesn't have a carry forward issue.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now I have a motion and a second to table for 1 month 8C. Roll call vote.
For clarification, we're tabling to the first meeting of next month for city council? Is that what we're doing?
I would say yes. That would be 1 month.
Okay.
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
The tabling of 8C passes. All right, so now we're running out of things to pass here. We would be voting on consent agenda, passing 8A, B,
And E.
and E. 8, B, and E.
So move to approve consent agenda A, B, and E.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I second consent agenda on the approval of 8A, 8B, and 8E.
I have a motion and I have a second. Roll call vote.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
That part of the consent agenda passes. City manager.
Yes, sir. We're on item 9A, which is ordinance number 10, 2022, and this is the second reading and the final public hearing. The city attorney will read the ordinance for the record.
Ordinance number 10, 2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 28 zoning, Section 28-106 buildings over 60 feet in height, but not to exceed 100 feet, and Section 28-328 urban village UV by amending the conditions and standards associated with the height of buildings in the urban village UV zoning district, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, an effective date, and incorporation into the code.
The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this ordinance at their 16 March 22 and unanimously recommended approval of the ordinance as presented. On February 8th, 2022, the City Council directed staff to draft portions to amend Section 28-106 relating to conditions for buildings over 60 feet in urban village zoning district. The proposed ordinance reflects council discussion points, including the elimination of 50% preservation rule in order to be granted a CUP for additional height. Continued requirement for a CUP with incentives consistent with the US 1 Corridor Master Plan, requirement for setbacks of structures over 60 feet, and incentives to be considered as part of the CUP review process. At their 22 March meeting, council requested that the incentives be revised to be more specific. Changes in the ordinance are highlighted for ease of your review. Ms. Busaka is here to answer questions that you may have on this.
Any questions from council for Ms. Busaka? I see none. So with that, can you call the cards?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. You got there. Somebody turned my head. Member Robinson.
I need, that's something about including a certain, between two buildings that we're going to count as shaded area.
Yes, sir.
And I needed to know what was, you gave me the square footage, but I needed to know what the width, that width.
Well,
And I know that you sent me some stuff on it.
I have a map showing you that it is the entire width of the buildings,
Correct.
but I don't know how wide those buildings are. They look to me to be.
I mean, the space that is between the building. Yeah. And it was D and correct, and that's the area. Oh, the distance between the building is higher? That's the square footage.
Yes, sir.
Square footage is the entire length of the.
No, the square footage is the 3,000 that you see
3,000.
there, but it's not a walkway. It's the basically, as I understand it, and I'm sure the applicant can explain this better, there's a one-story building on each side, and then there's a two-story building, and the two-story building goes across the entire distance between the two one-story buildings. So it's the width of the building and a total square footage of some 3,800 square feet. But if I look at, if that is to scale, which I'm assuming it is,
Right.
and I look at the size of a parking area, a parking space, which I think is 18 feet, it looks to me to be at least 30 feet wide. But again, the applicant may have specific dimensions. I don't have those dimensions.
Because we want to, that is being included as a shaded area?
That is my understanding. It was the intent of the applicant.
Okay.
And when I say applicant, I don't mean the applicant for this ordinance. I mean the person who is applying for the Titusville Mall. As you know, this ordinance would impact all of the urban village areas, not just the Titusville Mall.
Correct. And we're trying to figure it out as a whole, right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
As a whole, so that we meet compliance, and that's without knowing it, I can understand that it's supposedly 3,840 square feet. And, course, square is this, width time height, width time length. So I needed to do some division there, and I don't have the numbers to divide. But I understand it's another building going on the top, over the top of that, and we're gonna count that as shade. I'm not overly excited about that. So that's my concern. One of them.
Okay, Member Stokel.
Yep. Peggy, on, oh gosh. Planning and zoning met about this item on March 16th, and then council, we requested changes or more specifics. Can you just clarify what happened from what P&Z unanimously approved to then what you kind of clarified? Was there anything that was changed?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Okay.
In item 1, it simply talked about a 30% open space and that there would be some additional amenities included within the open space. That's been changed to clarify that there will be an increase in tree canopy of 2% at maturity as calculated under the canopy area requirements. And the way that those canopy area requirements work is that we have a tree by species, a list in the code, and we estimate what it's expected, the tree canopy is expected at maturity. And then the code says, well, those trees may not actually make that maturity because they're in an urbanized area, so we take it by 50%. So if an oak tree, and I'm making this number up, says that maturity, it has a 100 square foot canopy, which of course is small, and then we would give it 50 feet. So that's how that works. And the current standard for commercial canopy coverage is 10% preserved canopy and 20% total canopy. So if you increase the canopy coverage by 2%, you've essentially added 10 more percent of what would be the required canopy should they choose the optional canopy requirement. So it's 2% sounds little, but it is not. It's a significant percentage. The next issue,
Just to clarify on that one
Yes.
item. So 30% open space, what you did was clarify what that open space needs to look like.
yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, perfect.
The second issue is the conversion of open space that, right now there's 25% open space required in Urban Village. And what this standard says is that of that 25% open space that you've got, if you have 20% of that 25% or 5% of the entire area that is currently in concrete, pick that concrete up and put an impervious surface down.
Okay.
So it's increasing the impervious surface without increasing the total amount of open space. And again, that would also include this increase in tree canopy, plus the addition of 2 electric vehicle charging stations per structure over 60 feet, because that's what this conditional use permit language relates to.
And that was added after P&Z, the electrical vehicle charging stations?
We had suggested electrical vehicle charging stations could be an option.
Gotcha.
But this is in here a little bit differently.
Okay.
The third one is brand new, and that is a low-impact development technique or facilities that increase stormwater treatment at least 10% more volume than required by the land development regulations. So you would see additional stormwater treatment over and above what's required.
Okay.
I mean, it's required to be in low-impact development. So, and then the fourth one is brand new. We had talked about shade structures as being an option. What we've said is that we would ask for the construction of 3 permanent shade structures. You may remember we've had previous projects where shade structures became an issue. And at one point, it was suggested that people plant palm trees in a semicircle, and that would be a shade structure. So we wanted to clarify that this would be permanent. The reason we picked 12 by 12 is because it requires a building permit, so we'd know that it was built to some standard and would not get blown away, hopefully, in a hurricane. And then in addition to that, we've said that 25% of all overstory trees planted on site would have a minimum caliper of 4 inches. Currently, minimum caliper is 3 inches. So this would increase the amount of shade on the property immediately because the trees would be larger. And I've estimated approximate costs for some of that. The other issue is no substitution of palms for overstory trees. The reason we suggested that is because the intent of this standard is that there would be more shade.
Okay.
So now, having said that, this is very much mix and match. So council may like one of these and not all of it or part of it. These are just suggestions.
And if somebody in the urban village did not want to meet this criteria, what height could they build up to without having to do this?
Currently, they can build to 50 feet, and then unless 20% of the ground floor of the building is utilized as retail space, in which case they may go to 60.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Member Nelson.
Becky, would it be helpful on D if we said construction of 3 freestanding permanent shade structures?
Sure.
That would clarify it.
Freestand. Okay.
I think that would help.
All right. I'm all for clarification because somebody else is going to have to do this down the road, and it's hard when
Yeah.
you think you know it. You've written. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Freestanding.
That's the only
Okay.
thing I see.
Thank you.
I see nobody else. We have cards?
Yes, sir.
Call the cards, please.
Jesse Wright,
Oh, Mr. Wright.
Good evening, Jesse Wright, 3550 South Washington Avenue. The P&Z unanimously approved this ordinance on March 16. We were supposed to have got the CUP approved on February 2nd and the 9th through P&Z and the City Council. Because of this ordinance that came out of nowhere, now we are here in April. I would like the maps to be circulated, if you don't mind. You do have it. Okay, great. So what I'd like to start out with is that for the sake of the lender, we would need to have this project in 3 phases, but 5 parcels. And as you see that, the commercial portion on Hopkins and the senior living on top in green, and in blue is the apartments, and in yellow we have the 2 restaurants, and the Hilton Hotel is in the pink, I guess. We have requested 75 feet from the beginning. It's been in the master plan from the beginning. We have asked for 25% open space from the beginning. We haven't changed anything since then. And we are staying at that same position. We are not able to do the followings. We are not able to take away from the parking spaces of about 1,051, which is required, to adjust the buffer zone. And so we're not able to do that. We're not able to come up any higher than 25% open space. Based on what the staff just discussed, what Peggy just discussed, we're willing to do the followings. And I have my team here to discuss the followings. We are willing to do the electrical vehicle charges, 2 per building. We are willing to do we've already done the shading study, which has been submitted already. The shade of any other buildings does not really change anything as far as the other neighbors. And at the same time, we are willing to do the permanent 12 by 12, 3 sets of the shade structure. We're willing to do all that. But at the end of the day, some things we're not able to do. So as Peggy mentioned, we can certainly do mix and match, but we're pretty much complying with most of these items that are being presented. But again, this is a hell of a coordination between the tenants that we have in the property that we're moving from phase 1 to phase 2 to demo the property on the east side, the lenders, general contractors, the team, the designers, and so on and so forth. And I see 12 seconds running up pretty quick. I would like Rodney Honeycutt to come in and discuss these items. Ralph Brown will be in charge of the infrastructure, and Bruce Hall is the planner that is coming up to discuss it. And I have 3 other people that are going to be coming up and talk. If there's any question, be happy to answer.
And do they have cards in? I'm assuming they do.
Yes, they do.
Okay. Go ahead, Rodney. Come on out. Pull Rodney's card for me. Hey,
Good
Rodney.
evening. Rodney Honeycutt, 3700 South Washington Avenue in Titusville. As you know, I support this project. I think it'll be a great urban village because it'll have a mix of retail and residential, which is what urban village is all about. I appreciate all the work that staff and you guys have put into this because we had to request ordinance change, bring back a report, and bring back an ordinance, go through. And I think it's in a workable condition, and I would ask you to approve it. Any questions?
Any questions up here? Member Nelson?
Can I just say, Rodney, I think you might want to move in someplace around here so that you've been here so much.
Need an office, not
That's
just.
true.
Thank you.
Well, we don't have that. Anyway, next card, please.
Lisa McCotter.
Or is there an order you guys want to do it? All right, as long as they have a card, thank you. We'll go that direction.
Hi, I'm Ralph Brown. I'm the civil engineer who's designing the site plan. I support the project for a number of reasons, but one of the main reasons is it's an existing mall with no stormwater treatment. A lot of impervious surface and everything just drains directly to the Indian River Lagoon. We're going to put in a series of stormwater ponds, which I think are going to make a big improvement in water quality to the Indian River Lagoon.
Thank you.
Evening. Bruce Hall, 941 Morse Boulevard, Winter Park, Florida. Rodney wanted me to just touch a little bit on the buffers again. We're basically, right now, we're in a condition where there are no buffers present. Asphalt's pretty much right up to the edge of the right-of-way from the existing parking services. Our goal here was to go ahead and kind of create more of an urban environment, certainly on Narvez, create more of a buffer treatment. So the residents that have long lived along that edge are not looking at the back of vacant buildings or the parking lots. So, I think we've achieved that. We have more of an urban treatment on Country Club along the north boundary. So in the plans that you've seen before and that have all been gone through the process, we are looking at variations of either a 10 for an urban treatment with maybe a knee wall, screening of the parking, or greater than 20 in some cases where we've utilized stormwaters and stormwater planting as a broader buffer down on Narvez. As we proceed through this, if it comes up, and staff has been absolutely wonderful in providing direction to us through the process, but if it does come up where we need to address the 10-foot buffers versus the 20-foot standard that we have right now, we would probably look to proceed with staff for a waiver on that. But look forward to the opportunity to implement the project after these months. So thank you very much.
Thank you. No questions. Okay, there we go. Next, please.
Lisa McCotter.
Good evening, Lisa McCotter, Country Club Drive. Of course, I support the project. I've been here so many times to let you know that. I'm actually, now that we're getting to this point, it's getting exciting. I am a neighbor to this project, and so it's just so exciting that something I pass by every day can be so beautiful and so modern in our community. And I do appreciate all the time that staff has put into this as we've had to come back over the last several months. But this looks like a workable ordinance now. And so I would ask that it be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cards?
Yes, sir. Howard Graham.
Hi, I'm Howard Graham.
Hey.
I live here in Titusville. I've been up here a couple times to talk with you. Just want to reiterate that we are in full support of the new shopping mall coming in. We're excited about that. We want to see that old mall taken down.
Absolutely.
And something new going in, beautiful. And Mr. Wright, from what I've seen on the drawings and his presentations, has some beautiful ideas. So we're in support of this. We're in support of this new ordinance to allow him to proceed. And if we could break ground next week, that would be great. I'll be there celebrating. Thank you very much. And I will take any questions.
I see none.
Howard Graham Jr.
Thank you all. My name is Howard Graham, and I live right across the street at 3595 South Washington Avenue, right across from the project, the
There
mall
you go.
there. And so just want to say full support with Mr. Wright's project there. Absolutely love seeing the plans that he's developing there. It's amazing. It's very cool because, you know, definitely if I want to go out somewhere, I usually go to Orlando, Melbourne, you know, in the surrounding areas there. And with projects like his, we'd be able to stay in Titusville, be able to spend more in Titusville, stay local. With all the projects that he has going on there with the medical use, the restaurants, the retail, etc., it's a wonderful mix there. And so full support of his project, the height, everything there, he seems to be very workable as well with the, you know, the edits that were there with the canopies, the storm drain systems, all of that. So I think it's going to be great for the environment as well. And the charging stations too, that's pretty cool. If someone has a new Cybertruck, that's going to be pretty awesome.
There you go.
So that would be great. And full support of the project and questions.
I see none. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next card.
Stan Johnston.
Stan Johnston. I don't like to say I'm against the project, but I'm against the high rises. And so this is an increasing more high rises and so forth. And I'm sorry that there was I don't know what happened, a snafu or something that Mr. Wright or the city didn't coordinate, and so now he has to do all this extra work to get his height fulfillment requirement to make his project workable. But what has happened is not just Mr. Wright, but even before Mr. Wright came here, is that the planning department has somehow been encouraged to, for a number of years, to have more and more intensity of development, more intensity in the use of the land, and when Mr. Scarborough was here, Mayor, and more and higher buildings, higher rises and so forth. And people say, well, we have to have more development for progress. We have to have it. Do we? Someone says yes, but I wonder because we're looking at the traffic right now here in Titusville. Oh, it's wonderful. But just think of it. You know, we're probably going to double the population here. What's it going to be like then? What's the traffic going to be like then? Because we still got land. We just still got land around here to develop. And we make it more higher intensity, we're going to have more people, more industry, more traffic, and more problems. And yeah. So I'm asking for the city to say, our city, you guys right here, to think about is this what's best for our families to have these high-rise buildings? I'm sure there's exceptions, but we're going to have more and more, and we see this coming up later on the agenda where we're going to bring in. There's proposals to bring in higher intensity developments, more profits, more and more profits. I don't know if there's more profits mean better quality. Sometimes it doesn't. Like I was talking to Mr. Robinson about another project in Titusville. to get more profit, what they did is they got 6 variances and numerous waivers, and they still didn't have enough land. So they went ahead and they took people's two-way access, and they're making it to one-way access for more profit. So profit is not necessarily greater quality, and there's so many errors that are made. Like, let's say, go to Orlando. I don't want to live there. Too much traffic. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other cards?
Tony Sheffalo.
Tony Civillo, the Norwood House. I am not opposed to this project. I have been to the mall, I've gone into the office, I have looked at all the plans, the diagrams, the blueprints. I talked with the young man who's there. What I'm worried about is why this, and I just want to point out to Mr. Wright, this ordinance did not come out of nowhere. This ordinance came because you wanted to go against the standing height regulation that was already in place. So that's where this ordinance has come from. But I want to know, why does it have to apply to all 3 of the urban villages? Why does it have to apply down to the Kennedy Point Marina? I can see now they'll want to go ahead and put up 10-story buildings there on the river at the water's edge. And I think we really need to protect what you put on the river, because that's when people drive up US 1, and in a lot of towns, charming, beautiful things are on their riverfront. Gorgeous homes, nice buildings, great architecture, parks. Now, we do have parks, but they're all hard shorelines, so there's not much action that can happen with horseshoe crabs or the poor dead manatees. But why does it have to apply to the Kennedy Marina? Why?
It doesn't.
It doesn't?
No, ma'am. It's not urban village. There's 3 sites that are urban village.
I thought the Kennedy.
No, ma'am. It's the site on the other side of US 1 across from Kennedy
Across
Point.
the street. Okay, I don't mind that so much, except when you all allowed Mr. Rice to have his 10 stories down within view of our little bitty historic district. You know, I'm on the Historic Preservation Board, so I am really keen on keeping what history, and I want us to jump ahead into I'll do this another time, but the mid-century modern, you know. I want to make places where tourists and citizens of Titusville watched Apollo 11 launch from this site. Now, that's history, you know, but that's beside the point. I am for this. I just want you to be really careful when you start allowing developers to build higher than our normal 5 stories, because it throws everything out of scale. And it makes shadows and casts, you know. It's awful. I went back to Atlanta, my home, for so many years, and it's been built up so much that when you drive now, it's like being in tunnels. And I don't want to see that happen on US 1. Thank you. But I do like this mall. I do like the project that's going there.
Thank you. Next card.
One last card. It's Liz McTarian.
Still going.
Liz McIntyre, I live in Titusville. I know nothing about any of what has gone on with this project. I've seen, you know, things posted on the internet and so forth. And to me, it's very exciting. I think that this young gentleman right here summed up what you as the leaders in Titusville need to look at. Us old folks aren't going to be around forever. So what is the long-term planning for Titusville? And it sure seems like the urban development concept that you're discussing is for here. But I wanted to address a process issue, and I could be totally wrong, but just based on tonight, it seems like this is a developer that has been working with you, and now you're wanting to put in a new ordinance based on what the developer was trying to do. That's a little tough. That's a little tough. And please correct me if I'm misspeaking.
Well, yeah, you can. Well, I'll go over to city attorney.
Current ordinance requires that if you want to go over 60 feet to 100 feet, you have to dedicate half of your property to open space.
Okay.
there was some opposition to that from this developer. There's questions raised as why half. Council said, well, we want to look at requiring half of the property to be given up. So this ordinance would relax the requirement of having to give up half, but instead, the open space you do provide, there would be some amenities such as canopy, charging stations. So it relaxes the requirement of how much property you have to devote to open space to get that height.
Okay, great. Thank you for that
So
explanation.
tonight is the ordinance. It's not the project that's being evaluated.
Right.
It's only the ordinance that would apply to 3 properties which are urban village in the city.
Okay. And it sounds like you've been working city and developer together.
You could
which
ask
is-
staff. I
yeah.
have not. That's
Okay,
probably
yeah, not you personally, but we're not at that stage yet, right? But definitely moving forward. And as we know, the history of Titusville has been kind of difficult to do business in Titusville. So I encourage further things like that to happen. And I say kudos to the developers. Titusville is the place to be.
Very good, thank you. And that was the last card?
Can I add to that?
Go ahead, Member Nelson.
Liz, I want to add to that. The developer was going along, and as he was going along, he encountered this problem. And Ms. Busaka brought it to us and said, this is a problem. So we thought everything was hunky-dory, and we were trotting along, and all of a sudden it was like, stop. So
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Member Robinson.
Well, under all of that has been said and all has been done, and I've been sitting here week after week. The developer has did a lot to comply, and I know that we're never going to get a perfect situation to comply with everything, but I think it's time for us to move forward. And I want, if it's appropriate, I want to make the motion to accept ordinance number 10, 2022, Urban Village Zone Height Ordinance.
Go ahead.
and I'd like to second it, but I would like to add the word freestanding to G. So that says the construction freestanding permanent shade structure. Just to make it clear.
Okay. Freestanding.
But second holds.
If the motion is taken, the second is taken, but Member Stokel, what's discussion?
Yes, you know. No, I'm happy with that too. I just want to clarify, this will still require, now I'm speaking particular project, will still require a conditional use permit, correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain what that will be for exactly?
Yes, it would be, my understanding is there are currently 3 buildings proposed to be greater than 60 feet in height.
Mm-hmm.
And so those 3, that conditional use permit for those 3 buildings will come back through the public hearing process.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And let me clarify that for those who haven't been here and haven't followed along, that whole corner has. Every time we're here to look at an ordinance or do something is to kind of keep this thing going forward, because I can speak for myself. I think they've spoken for themselves, and it's pretty clear. We are definitely in support, as many of you have stated, of getting the old Searstown eyesore taken care of. And Mr. Wright, clearly you have been focused on that for several years. And oddly enough, this effort reminds me of how long it took us to do a tree ordinance. I think it was closer to 3 years than 2 years, but it was a long time, but we got there. And I think that in this case, different things keep popping up, and you have to keep coming here and we have to keep, but I think that this council has truly shown with every yes vote that we're trying. There was one time we were trying to figure out how to do a CUP and ordinance at the same night, and we couldn't do it. So with that said, I do have a motion. I have a second. Member Robinson, are you speaking again? Are you good?
No, I'm just
Okay,
waiting.
I have a motion by Member Robinson, a second by Member Nelson. Roll call vote.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Nelson? Mayor Diesel?
Yes, motion passes unanimously, 1 absent.
We're on to item 9B, which is ordinance number 11, 2022, amending the requirements for the comprehensive plan amendments with regarding to wetlands. City Attorney will read the ordinance for the record.
Ordinance number 11, 2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances relating to wetland surveys required for comprehensive plan amendment applications, specifically amending the Development Review Procedures Manual, Section 4.1.11, Comprehensive Plan Amendments, Application Submittal Requirements, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, effective date, and incorporation into the code.
The Development Review Procedures Technical Manual requires that all applications for land use amendments related to correcting wetland boundaries requires a wetland determination approved by St. John's Water Management District, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, or the appropriate regulatory agency. Staff has been advised and informed that wetland determinations were a public service both by St. John's and the EP. Due to staffing constraints, they are no longer available. Former wetland determinations can be obtained by St. John's and DEP, although these are generally part of the permitting process required prior to construction. Therefore, staff is proposing that the application requirements be amended to be consistent with the information required for other applications, including site plans and subdivisions. The Titusville Environmental Commission and Planning and Zoning Commission both unanimously approved this, with the Titusville Environmental Commission's recommendation, which was to change the language in Section 4.1.11 to say, in the absence of the appropriate regulatory agency, the owner contracts with a qualified wetland specialist or environmental scientist to allow a wetland survey that is based on the delineation utilized in FAC Chapter 62-340. Ms. Busak is here to answer questions that you have. This is the final public hearing and second reading.
Thank you very much. Ms. Busak, anything you want to state?
At the last meeting, we discussed the fact that the TEC recommendation only states that there will be a contract. It doesn't require a survey being provided to the city. In addition to that, the staff worked very hard to see if we could come up with some kind of specific language related to qualified wetland specialist or environmental scientist. We looked at other communities. We looked at what it is that surveyors and wetland professionals do, and we found examples that surveyors utilize the markings provided by a biologist or environmental professional. An environmental professional utilizes the standards of FAC, and then once they've flagged it, the surveyor actually makes the survey. Unfortunately, I have no better language than I had last week, the last meeting. I did give I think each one of you received a copy of a summary of other communities and what they do. We did not find any language there that we would recommend would be better than what we have, but you may see that differently. And one more point, the language that we have added into this section is the same language that's required for site plan or subdivision submittal as well. So it's consistent throughout the entire tech manual.
Member Robinson?
Yes, I read all over the material that we were given, and as some say, it was all over the place. And looking at what staff has done and making it all fall in a line, making it a standard for the city of Titusville, I think it's the correct thing to do to go that direction.
If nothing else, it looks like it brings clarity and consistency. Because I agree, the one thing I saw doing my reading was I couldn't put my finger on where we were. So, Member Nelson.
Hey, I sort of like the city of Melbourne's, that last sentence that they put in. Application must include qualifications of the preparer to include, but not limited to, education, related environmental work experience, professional associations, licenses held, special knowledge and field skills, and previous assessment. You're looking like.
This is,
I mean, I
this
think-
is what I see the downside.
Okay.
If this just says, give me qualifications, give the staff qualifications and doesn't ask us to review the qualifications, then what is the point? If the staff is expected to make a judgment call on the qualifications, this language doesn't say that. It says, application must include qualifications prepared to include but not limited to education, related environmental work experience, professional associations, any licenses held, special knowledge in the field, skills and previous assessment performed. So it just says to give us the information, but does that mean that someone is expected to review this information and determine if that is adequate?
I believe so, because if you look at it,
So what is the criteria by which I would decide?
you look at it blank.
Okay,
Then wouldn't you turn around and say, obviously, this is sort of just a discussion, but wouldn't you say this person doesn't have those qualifications?
but how about if they give me a whole list of public, associations that that they have? As I've described, I have a bachelor's degree in biology. My husband has a master's degree in biology. Neither one of us are qualified to do wetlands surveys. My husband was an environmental person for 20-something years at Kennedy Space Center. He's never done a wetland delineation. So
yeah.
exactly when they give me this criteria, what do we do with it? That's the only issue. And what I see is that if someone doesn't like that delineation, then now we have a debate about not the wetland, not the land use. We have a debate about the qualifications of that person. But again, we can put this language in there. I just think that it does open up some issues about who determines what the qualifications are, if these are adequate.
So the TEC language, you would agree with or not agree with?
The issue I have with the TEC language is that all it says is that the owner contracts with a qualified wetland specialist. That's lovely, but what the requirement is that we're trying to get to is we want a survey. Now, maybe that was the intent of the TEC. Unfortunately, probably much like what you're thinking and what you're saying may not always be the same thing. Okay. So if they wanted to say qualified wetland specialist or environmental scientist, then I would want to know how to define qualified wetland specialist. Because what I have seen is that there are people who get trained by DEP. There are people who are certified under various groups of people. There are several different organizations. You can be a wetland scientist. You can. That's why I haven't been unable to make a recommendation, because there seems to be a wide variety of certifications that you can receive. But
And I guess I understand their intent.
I do too.
But I'm trying to figure out, how do we get there?
Well, actually, I felt a lot better when professional surveyors said they depend on biologists or other environmental professionals. I also felt a lot better when I thought, because surveyors have licenses, and why would a surveyor accept me to do a wetland delineation, knowing that their license says that's a wetland?
And they're basically putting their license.
Well, that's how I understand it. Now, I'm not a surveyor, but that is when we get a surveyor, it says this is accurate. As I said, this is a professional surveying and mapping services, and they say that the wetlands are marked in the field by a biologist, and then the survey goes out and looks at where those flags are and determines it. This information that I have here was written by a environmental scientist, and they say that we identify the wetlands and then the surveyor accurately locates them based on our flags and marks. This is, again, another surveying company that says the surveyors work in concert with our engineers, scientists, archaeologists, and compliance staff to provide the most precise location data. Now, obviously, they don't ask an archaeologist to look at a wetland. But if council wants to see this, we can put any of this language in here. Clearly, other organizations do that. I just don't know what will happen if you end up with an argument about whether or not that professional was sufficient.
I see.
But
I think I got it.
that's just, I might be seeing this all wrong.
We might be too. So, okay.
Member Stokel.
Couple questions. I see some of the examples cite Florida statute. Have you guys looked at that, or do you think that that's an appropriate way?
We have, and what the Florida statute says is that there will be a Florida administrative code that outlines the specifics. So the Florida statute references the Florida administrative code. It's the administrative code that talks about what the soils are, what the plants are. It's very specific as to how that delineation is made based on, there are three things that determine a wetland boundary: inundation, plants, and soils. And so it says specifically that if you have these plants, that's an indicator. It even goes so far as to have, I don't know a better way to describe it, but almost a coverage map that shows what 50% of a coverage looks like, and that's and so you have to go to 90% coverage of these certain plants before they're considered.
But that doesn't help with the issue of who's going to be going out.
There is nothing in Florida statutes or Florida administrative code. There is something in the water management district that says something to the effect, and Richard may remember this better, reasonable scientific judgment or best scientific judgment. We talked about that, and there was no definition for that,
I don't like that
either.
So I feel like obviously this issue is because we don't have people coming out from St. John's or DEP now to do it. It looks like TEC and P and Z are worried about, in the absence of somebody being able to come out.
Just say for one, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
This is what we're talking about. We're talking about a comprehensive plan amendment. We're not talking about doing anything about changing the wetland itself. We're just talking about a designation. So the next step is someone wants to come in and actually build near those wetlands. We have designation on the map. Someone comes in and says, I want to build near those wetlands. We have a survey that shows exactly where that is. So they come in and if they are going to get close to those wetlands, then they need a permit. If they're going to stay away from those wetlands, then they don't need a permit. So let's say that I'm building a single family house and I have to go to DEP and I decide, you know what, I don't want to impact those wetlands. I don't need a permit. So I never get DEP or St. John's to come out. So that's what we're talking about, is just designating a line on a map.
And do you feel like the language that's here by a professional land surveyor registered in the state should be fine?
Yeah, because that's all surveys have to have that. That's a minimum qualification of a survey. The issue is, what's the minimum qualification to determine the wetland boundary? Now, just so you know, in 2019, all we required was a survey. Someone came in, they gave us a survey, and there was no date to it. Or, I'm sorry, it was quite old. We had nothing in the code that required that. So since 1987, and 1993 is when the plan was actually amended and OR was put on. Since 1993, we have never had this requirement.
It looks like you guys are using what Broward said. You guys thought that was a good option. Why that's what's added in here.
Well, that's what we had always been, that's what we've been using for every other part of, so if
Okay,
you come in
so-
with a site plan or a subdivision or a building permit or anything, this is what we require. And Broward County, just so you know, they have 6 different kinds of wetland permits. So they are really detailed about these wetlands that they have. These people are very precise.
I'm just wondering where there will be a case where we need to implement some language that TEC and P&Z is recommending. Because I think that if we do something like that, it will be very messy. And so I'm wondering if it's needed, in your opinion. Do you feel like in the absence, like we would be in a situation where we won't have anybody? And what do we do in that situation if that's the case and we don't have this language?
Wait, we won't have anybody to do what?
It said, for what they're recommending, in the absence of an appropriate regulatory agency, the owner will do da-da-da-da-da. Do you feel like...
Well, if you wanted to use the language qualified wetland specialist or environmental scientist,
right,
then do something more than requiring a contract. Make them give us a survey. That's not what this says. It says you will contract with that.
But I'm just wondering if that's even needed based on what we already have written here. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. As I said, I don't know if someone wants to argue with city council about whether that person is qualified specialist or not. That will be a decision that you will have to make.
Okay.
Member Nelson.
So if we say I want to build a house and I'm building next to the wetlands and I have this survey. So at that point, wouldn't I have to get the property ground truth? Am I right?
Well,
Wrong?
if you're not required to get a permit, then we would not ask you for any ground truthing. Just like if you had one today,
Right.
Remember, we only designate wetlands that are 5 acres or greater OR. So you could have a wetland on your property that's 1 acre, and we would not necessarily have a wetland survey. You could stay completely away from that piece of property, and we would not show it on our map as a wetland.
But if I wanted to get close to the wetland or build on the wetland, then I'd have to have a ground truth, right?
Only if you impact the wetland to the point where you need a permit.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Now, typically, the setback is 15 feet from a wetland. That's usually what the permitting agencies require. That's not always the case, but it's standard.
So if we said in the absence of an appropriate regulatory agency, the owner contracts with qualified wetland specialist or environmental scientists to allow a surveyor to provide the city with a survey.
I think you'd want to say
effect. I'm sitting over here playing
to
with it.
provide, to allow for a wetland survey. Somehow you have to get that survey to the city. The requirement has to be there.
Or maybe 2 sentences.
Yes.
So to allow them to do the survey or the work they need to do to allow the surveyor to do that work, which then goes to you.
Okay, so the language right now says the wetland survey shall be based upon a delineation utilizing FAC as amended. So you could say the wetland survey shall be completed by a qualified wetland specialist or environmental scientist utilizing FAC 32-340 as amended.
And then you say, based on that data, a survey will be completed by a professional surveyor.
Well, it already says that. A wetland survey less than 5 years old prepared by a professional land surveyor is required. So the next sentence is, how is the wetland delineation made?
And then it needs to go to you.
Right.
Right.
And then at that point, staff will do their best to make sure that this is a qualified wetland specialist. And I'm guessing that in the not too distant future, you'll have a chance to make that decision yourself.
Thank you.
Because I have a feeling that that is exactly what will happen.
And if you asked me to repeat what you just said, I couldn't do it.
But if that's what you would like, we can put those words in there.
As I started earlier, I think the main thing we need to do is stop being all over the place, get consistent, and move in the right direction. I certainly see your concern about, I don't disagree with the basis of the I believe it was TECs. In the absence of appropriate regulatory agency, the owner contracts with a qualified. The concern you have, if I'm hearing you right, is what's qualified.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how it could, I don't know what else you could put there. It just seems like that if I was writing that, I'd probably say the same thing. An agency, the owner contracts with a qualified wetland specialist. Can you like that? And I think you kind of just said that. And then your staff would be qualified to determine if they're qualified. Technically that's true. I mean, a lot of people couldn't. I would say in this particular case, I would need to do some research before I could tell you what's qualified, because you gave some really good points about your husband, for example. There's a lot of people who have some acronyms or some initials before and after their name, but they can't do that study, that wetlands declaration. So I don't know what would or what wouldn't, but it seems like it wouldn't be that complicated. If I'm going to a dentist, I know he's qualified. So, I'm half kidding, but I'm half serious. I don't know the names or titles like you do of who is qualified, but I would think you're qualified to pick someone who's qualified. But I do like the wording that, with a qualified, it's a shame that we're not getting that from St. John's anymore, that's for sure. But with a qualified wetland specialist or environmental scientist,
Okay.
or maybe we just get rid of the environmental scientist and we say qualified. Qualified is what you need to be qualified.
Okay.
So I kind of like the way that's written. I think it was well thought out. The term qualified can certainly be debated. But I think, again, when you need to go to the dentist, you can certainly decipher if a dentist is qualified or not, because he's a dentist. I see no more cards. I see no more council cards, please.
One card, Stan Johnston.
I've done my best.
Stan.
I've done my best.
I don't know what's the best of doing here, but I do have some ideas. Is that long ago when I was first starting in engineering school, there was a definition given me, and that definition is this: is an act is ethical based upon its consequences. In this case, I don't think anybody knows what the consequences are going to be of how this is going to be worded and what the consequences are going to be. So I'm suggesting to you is that you do something with the intention that it may or may not go well. And so that it can be changed. And if you have that attitude, then then what you do is I think the best thing to do. Because I personally do not understand. Let me give you an example. I did do only one, what I mean as a wetland survey. And I did it, and I never did submit it. I read the statutes and so forth, and there were several attitudes. And here's what Mrs. Busaka said. She said it's based upon inundation, plants, and soils. Now let me tell you what's happening right here in the city of Titusville right now. Is we're putting linings in pipes, in storm sewer pipes, and in sanitary sewer pipes. And what the effect is doing is it keeps the water in the storm sewer pipes that goes to the river. And in that case, what it does is that can raise the water table, because water isn't seeping into the cracks in the pipe and going to the river. When it raises the water table, then it can increase the wetland by inundation and so forth like that. And we've seen one case of this lady, Maxine Trainer. Remember what's happened to her? She had her whole backyard flooded. Something happened when we built the dams at the senior center, and now she's flooded. So it sounds like what can happen is that depending on what we can do and depending upon the weather, we're going to change wetlands. We're going to change zoning. Is that the right thing to happen? I don't know. What I'm saying is that if you take it with the idea that you're going to be able to adjust it later, I think that's the way to handle it. So thank you for letting me share this with you. And it seems that again is that when we have wetlands as a determination factor, it changes. It changes with the weather. It changes with improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the only card. Council, anything you want to add on that?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I make the motion to accept the I just had it in my. Here we go. I make the motion of ordinance to accept ordinance number 11-2022, amending the requirement for a comprehensive plan amendments for the wetlands.
Are we adding any language at the end there or leaving it as is?
I thought that we were just, because everything is all over the place and all of us, can make it, look at it from a legalese. But if it doesn't work and we come back, it's going to come back in front of us anyway.
Okay. All right, that's Member Robinson's motion. Do we have a second? Go ahead.
I'd like to see Ms. Busaka bring it back to us with maybe that language somehow incorporated, if possible, at least to see it. Okay.
For 6230 as amended, or other standards accepted by the appropriate regulatory agencies, conducted by a qualified wetland specialist or environmental scientist.
I like that.
I do too.
Qualified wetland specialist or environmental scientist, that's right.
Well, I'll say again, I know that word qualified's tricky, but at the same time, I've got to assume that our staff is qualified to determine if you're qualified. We do that all the time, do we not? Do we not have people come all the time and say that I can do this, and you guys say, no, you're not
Well, we
qualified?
like it when a PE does it because we know what that means, and we like it when surveyors do it because we know what that means. Other than that, we don't have a lot of other people that come to us and we have to determine their qualifications.
I think what it says to me on council is if we add that to it, we're asking staff to do your best to make sure they're qualified. If we don't have that in there, that word qualified is never in there.
So if that language is good enough, then we could move forward this evening, or I can bring it back for the next meeting, whatever you like.
I personally think that language is good enough. That's exactly what I asked for. I think TEC worded it that way. And again, yeah, we can talk about what's qualified, but I think that we have staff members who are qualified enough to say, yeah, you are, and no, you're not. So that's how I look at it. Member Stokel.
I feel like I go back to what staff thinks. I don't like to put you guys in that situation because I don't think that's fair for you guys have to determine that and then say you do something and we don't like it on council, or you do some, I don't know. I just don't feel like we're giving you enough guidance on that. So I'd rather almost table it to get a better recommendation from staff on something more specific. And I don't know how you guys feel. I don't know because I'm not working full time in the office for how this would actually be implemented. I don't know what kind of issues may arise from what we're potentially going to vote on here tonight. I feel like this could be an issue. If we're just giving you that language
What would
personally.
you, and not to interrupt, but what would you have us give more? Because quite honestly, I don't feel like I'm qualified to give more.
I don't feel like I don't want to give more. I'm almost going back to what staff is recommending as is, because I feel like that's what you said would be workable for you guys. Correct? Or what do you think?
I think that the hardest decision is going to be have made when this first or second or third comp plan amendment comes in.
Right.
Someone doesn't like the qualifications, and then you have to make that decision.
That's where I don't.
And I
want
think
to-
that's where the hard part's going to be. The staff can come up with some kind of internal standards, which is what we usually do. So we have it
Yes.
written down so everybody knows what it is. But eventually, I think this is going to land at this council when there's a citizen that's not happy.
Right, and that's where I feel like I'd rather potentially table or wait where we feel comfortable than us to do something now and then have an issue arise and we see that we didn't do something correctly. That's what I'm afraid of. Something's not worded correctly and we're gonna have an issue. As you said, this is going to be coming up probably soon. And I wanna be better prepared, and I don't feel prepared based on that discussion.
If qualified is not the word, and maybe it's not, or we can table it all day, but we
Right.
got to know what we're looking for.
I would agree with.
I mean, I don't want it to go out there without qualified. If there's a better word than qualified or something more specific, I'd like to hear it. But I don't think that having it leave here abstractly, kind of in the air, who can do this and who can't. Now, if qualified is just too broad, then give me the idea that this is what we need to do to make it more specific. I don't know. I was okay with qualified, but I can see where that could get a little bit tricky if it's not specific enough. But do you need to put down this, and this can do it, but nobody else? Because that would, I mean, if that's the case, that eliminates the guy coming in and saying, well, what's qualified? I mean,
Well, I can tell you Brevard County says acceptable experience includes a minimum of 4 years of full-time experience in the identification and evaluation of wetland resources. Now, the only way I would know to determine if they had full-time experience was for them to submit a resume, and then eventually, again, this is going to be coming to you, and you all have to eventually determine whether that was full-time wetland experience. The Sarasota County says experienced environmental professional and provides no definition to what that is, which is what I hear you saying, qualified, but then no definition as to what qualified is. If you want me to, I can come back to you with a list of all of the different certifications and training programs that I can find related to wetlands delineation. And you can look at those and say, those are good, or they're not good, or those, you have to have one of those. I can come up.
I feel like that's going to be too much. Can you maybe explain what will we have to make a decision? Are we going to have multiple applicants?
This is what I will think will happen.
Okay.
Someone will come in with a wetlands delineation.
Okay.
And there will be a person who will not be satisfied that wetlands delineation is what they believe is correct. So the argument will be, this is not, you can't make this comprehensive plan amendment because this delineation is not correct, because the expert that your staff liked was not good enough. And you'll say, well, they look qualified to me, and then the argument will pursue. Because
Gotcha.
then there'll have to be a decision. as to
what wording would keep that from happening?
Well, you could be as specific as must have certification from whatever the group is. You can say you must have some proof that you've gone through the DEP certification, or you've gone through, you can do all those things. And then we will ask for that certification when that wetland survey comes in.
If we don't add qualified, wouldn't that happen to us anyway? Couldn't somebody come to us no matter what? If somebody's not happy with the decision of who makes that decision, I don't care if it says qualified or if you name everything in the world, they're still going to come in and say, I disagree, they weren't qualified.
Well, if all you're doing is saying that they have to meet the FAC requirements, then you could get something from them, I suppose, to say you now have to provide certification that you've met these FAC requirements. I guess this is very interesting to me because this is a comprehensive plan amendment and does not allow any development of land. The language that we are showing you is okay for a building permit, a site plan, and a subdivision, which does allow development of land, but it is not acceptable for a comprehensive plan amendment, which does not.
That's why I like what staff recommended, because at least we're consistent in what we're doing. And if something comes up and we have to go, we have to relook at it again, we can do that. And we sit here and we've been conversing back and forth. We have proven that there is no specifics that we can go to. We have to meet certain requirements, and then if anything comes up blue where it should have been yellow, we have to make the decision about it.
And I don't disagree with that, and I'm about ready to just say, let's do that, but I still don't see that there's going to be any difference if we put the word qualified in there, somebody's saying he's not qualified, or if we don't, somebody's going to say he's not qualified. So I can go with that, but I kind of think that if I was covering my bases, I think by putting the word qualified in there, we at least claimed we wanted somebody qualified, and we didn't just leave it open. I'll go with, if that's what we want to do, and just not get into that until later. But I think that the word qualified doesn't hurt anything, because you're not going to get anybody arguing because you have the word qualified in there any more than you're going to get it if you don't have it in there. If they don't get the decision they want, they're going to say whoever did it wasn't qualified. So I'll leave it at that, and you already made that motion, and just go with it.
Yes, I made the motion to meet the standards that are required by the
I'll
state.
second.
All right, I got a motion from Member Robinson and a second from Member Stokel. Roll call vote.
Okay, for clarification, is
Exactly.
is that with the sentence that Miss Peggy read, or without the sentence?
We're going with what Member Robinson said, and
As
that was just
written.
as written.
Okay.
We'll see it again, though.
Member Robinson,
Yes.
Member Nelson. Yes. Mayor Diesel.
Yes, and we'll see it
Member
again.
Stokel.
Yes.
I felt qualified to make that vote. All right.
We'll talk about it at the end.
Probably took a lot of time on that. I didn't need to take.
We'll do it at the end, after my report.
Where am I, City Manager?
No, she's already got the answer on that.
Marinas, I think.
Yes, sir. We're on to item
9C.
9C, which is the ordinance number 13-2022, marinas and yacht basins. This is the first reading, and the city attorney will read for the record.
Ordinance number 13-2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances related to marinas by amending sections 28-54 use table and 28-143 marina and yacht basin to establish marinas and yacht basins as a limited use in the downtown mixed-use uptown and civic waterfront sub-districts, and to require appropriate sewage pump-out facilities in marinas servicing boats with onboard facilities, and amending section 28-324 downtown mixed-use DMU Smart Code to remove residential mixed-use requirement for marinas, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, an effective date, and incorporation into the code.
The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this ordinance during their meeting on April 6, 2022, and recommended approval as presented 7-0. The second public hearing is scheduled to be conducted by the City Council on April 26, 2022, beginning at 6:30 p.m.
Thank you. This is a first reading. There'll be no action taken tonight. Any council members have anything to say? I see none. Are there cards?
No, sir.
No cards. We will take this to the next meeting. There is no action necessary.
On to item 9D, which is car rental agency ordinance, 14-2022. This is the first reading. The city attorney will read for the record.
Ordinance number 14-2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances to permit car rental agencies as a limited use in downtown mixed-use district, DMU, Midtown Subdistrict by amending sections 28-54 use table and 28-107 car rental agencies, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, an effective date, and for incorporation into the code.
The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this ordinance on April 6, 2022, and recommended approval, striking the prohibition on RVs by 7-0. The second public hearing is scheduled to be conducted by City Council on April 26, 2022 at 6:30.
Council, any comments? Ms. Busaka, anything?
Yes, I have a confession to make.
I don't want to hear that.
It's true. This was supposed to be on the CRA agenda this evening, and I messed up and didn't put it on there. So when this comes up the next time, I'm going to ask that you table it on the 26th.
Okay.
So the CRA can make their recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
And that is totally my fault.
No worries, but thank
Thank
you,
you.
because that makes sense. Okay, so there'll be no action taken tonight, no council comment. Any cards? All right, we move on, sir.
Go ahead, read your quasi.
Next item is item E, conditional use permit number 2, 2022, Independence Recycling. As this is quasi-judicial, I'll read the quasi-judicial proceedings. During the public hearing portion of this meeting, anyone wishing to speak on the quasi-judicial item must first sign a public hearing agenda card and sign the oath contained thereon. These cards are located on the table at the entrance of the chamber. If you have photographs, sketches, or documents that you desire for the City Council to consider, they must be submitted into evidence and will be retained by the city. Please submit such exhibits to the city clerk. City clerk, of all persons wishing to speak before the City Council, sign an oath card swearing to tell the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth. If there is anyone present who has not signed an oath card that wishes to speak on a quasi-judicial item as party, please submit a card at this time. City clerk, of all agenda items been properly advertised. In the event that a council member has received an ex parte communication, either verbal or written, outside of this hearing, the council member shall disclose the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place and the subject of the communication, including all opinions or facts discussed. Any written communication must be disclosed and made a part of the record. Also, in the event that a member has conducted an investigation or site visit or received any expert opinions regarding the quasi-judicial item, said visit or opinions shall be disclosed. If written ex parte communications exist, please verify that applicant has received those and has had the opportunity to review and is ready to proceed.
The applicant, Michael Anderson, on behalf of Independence Recycling of Florida, is requesting a conditional use permit to operate a concrete recycling facility at 84 Golden Knights Boulevard. The concrete recycling facility is a recycling and mulching composting facility for Section 28-217, which requires a CUP. The future land use designation on this property is industrial. The subject property is within the airport impact area overlay and is limited to a maximum building height of 50 feet. Planning and Zoning Commission considered this request at their April 6, 2022 meeting and recommended approval 4-2 with 4 conditions that are on your agenda. And this is the public hearing, the final public hearing, and it is quasi-judicial, and you're familiar with the procedures. Ms. Busaka is here to answer questions that you may have before the applicant.
All right. Ms. Busaka, anything right now?
The only thing that I wanted to do is pass out a site plan, which was provided to us, I believe it was after the date of the publication of the agenda, to show you, so that I want you to make sure that you have that. The staff has reviewed this, and we have found that it is in compliance with the industrial site location. The concerns that staff has identified relate to noise, and future land use element policy 1.8.5 talks about the compatibility with the surrounding properties is limited based on intensity of use, hours of operation, and other nuisance factors. So the staff has asked that as one of the conditions, that the proposed facility there be a traffic study provided to ensure that the proposed facility has the ability to comply with the noise limitations, which is 65 dBA at the property line at all times. That's one of the conditions that we've suggested. In addition to that, outdoor storage areas are required to be screened from the public by either walls or vegetation at least 6 feet in height to provide a continuous 100% opaque screen within 6 months, and that's per section 30-3039. Staff is recommending that there be a 30-foot buffer, which is larger than normally required, along Golden Knights Boulevard. The planning and zoning recommended that be a 50-foot buffer. And if you've been down Golden Knights, you can see that that's treed right along there. So they were saying leave those trees, put the majority of the buffer along Golden Knights Boulevard. And then the P&Z recommendation included that they would have a reduction to the north and west buffers to 25 feet rather than the 30 feet. In addition to that, there are also DEP requirements for the processing plant as a non-metallic mineral processing plant and dust control. The applicant can describe in more detail, but the staff felt that dust was very important in this area, so we are recommending a water-based dust suppression system is required on site. In addition to that, the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended that the stockpile area that you see on the area that I showed you as a crossed hatch, that would be treated as impervious surface for stormwater calculations. So that will mean that all of this will be included as in the size and treatment volume so basically, essentially this entire site, except for the pond area, will be considered impervious. You can see there's a driveway as well along Golden Knights Boulevard. Finally, the P&Z has also recommended that quarterly reports for testing of the stormwater be provided to the city of Titusville so that we can ensure that it's meeting our requirements. And in the event that there is a problem with the stormwater not adequately being treated, there's contamination, there are emergency response procedures, and we would like to see and understand those emergency response procedures. P&Z has recommended that those procedures be reviewed and approved by staff during the site plan. So those are the conditions that the staff and the P&Z are recommending if you want to consider this as approval. Staff is recommending approval of it, but those are the conditions that have been brought to you.
All right, thank you. Council, any, Member Stokel?
Yeah, just 2 clarifying questions. So staff agrees with all of P&Z's recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you just briefly touch on why a CUP is needed?
The code states that if you're going to do recycling in industrial, you need a conditional use permit. And so it's assumed that this is a permitted use as long as the conditions are met. The analysis that the staff has in the staff report talks about the specific conditions required for conditional use, which does include being outside of the area of critical concern. It does not allow storage and processing of hazardous waste on site, which is not being done. It requires dust and particulate matter to meet standards, and that's the reason that we're proposing the condition for the water-based dust suppression system. There is a requirement about emission of odorous gases, and those are not expected to occur in this area. It also requires a denial or required or federal state permit issued by the agency. The applicant states that have been no denials for state or federal permits. It says that the entire site be maintained at all times in a clear litter-free condition. The applicant has acknowledged this requirement, but in addition to that, of course, there would be code enforcement violations if that was an issue. It states that all loading and vehicular use areas consist of a durable asphalt or concrete surface. So you can see that on the site plan that is shown. Obviously, this will still have site plan review, but it is depicted on this area as impervious. It states that all open areas for storage enclosed by a visual barrier, again, we talked about that with the type D buffers and the opaque fence. It requires that site plans for install a 25-foot landscape buffer. The staff had recommended an additional 30, but P&Z said 50 feet along Golden Knights and 25 feet around the remainder of that. Pardon me? It doesn't abut US 1, it abuts the railroad.
Don't speak from the crowd, please. We'll get your moment. What she's going to finish, we're going to have the applicant, and then we'll have cards.
The other conditions are that storage areas must be located at least 75 feet from street and property rights of way. That will be shown on the site plan. That area will be reviewed. That it prohibits any part of a recycling facility, structure, processing areas, or other associated uses to occur within 100 feet of any residentially zoned property or 50 feet of any commercial property. That standard is met. Shall not locate any part of the recycling roads, access roads, or ramps within 25 feet of a property line. That will be provided at site plan, and shall require the applicant to submit the specific type and estimate quantity of materials. They estimate approximately 60,000 tons of material will be processed annually. So those are the specific requirements that are met, that are required because it's a conditional use permit in M2.
And just to clarify, so this is a permitted use. We require the conditional use permit to make sure that it meets certain criteria because we are allowing that as a permitted use.
Correct. Well, it's a conditional use, but
as long as it meets certain
Correct.
criteria
Yes.
that we can account for,
Yes,
safety,
ma'am, that's right.
certain, okay.
And those are the criteria that I just described.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Member Robinson?
Yeah, how many of these plants are located in the United States?
I don't know.
That would be a good question to find out, and because it's, I have material, I mean, I got some stuff on it. I can't, I know they're in China. I know they're in other places where pollution is not as required as the United States. How many are here? And I agree, I don't think noise is hard to control. We understand it. I live out there on that side of the town, and I hear the planes when they land. And if you get anything a little bit louder than an airplane, when it's landing or taking off, it's going to be loud. I can hear every morning. This morning I got up, or yesterday morning I think it was, because I had to be down City Hall this morning, and I told my wife they're using a different kind of weapon over at the armory, over at the thing today, because I can hear the difference. And if you've never been in the military, you can hear the different sounds of weapons. And they use a weapon that they hadn't been using regularly this morning or yesterday morning. Forgive me, my age may get today mixed up. But I could hear the sound of the weapon, and I walked, and my wife will tell you, they're using something different today than I haven't heard them use before. But I just want to know how many in the United States and learn about the location before I make any decision on it, and learn of what the experiences are in other places. Because, again, what I was sent in this, that they had them in Germany, Japan, and so forth. We know what Japan cares about clean air, don't they? And so forth. That's my concern.
Member Nelson?
If I haven't said this, I did receive some emails from different citizens who were opposed to it. The one of the emails, and it's public record, included an article from Gainesville where they have one, and it sounded like they were having all sorts of problems in terms of dust and noise. So I'm with Robinson. I would like more information. And to be honest with you, I would sort of like to see it go through TEC before it comes to us. I mean, that's,
If, as we read at the beginning, if you've received emails on this, then they need to be made part of the record. We need to disclose to the applicant those emails with substance of those emails.
the substance of the emails was, please look at it because of the dust and the noise. I didn't respond to the emails. There were 3 or 4. I think the 4th one actually said, included a newspaper article from Gainesville saying had one. These were the problems it was causing, which was.
Do you have those?
They're public.
Yeah, they're in our emails. I got the
They're in
same
our
emails, and they're.
I think they're the same one.
I think all of our
I got
emails
2.
are public record.
They're public record. This is quasi judicial and needs to be part of the hearing. Of course, anyone can ask for those as public record. But as it's quasi judicial, you receive emails outside the hearing, as I read. Those are to be made part of the record, disclose the contents of those emails as part of this hearing.
I
The
didn't
applicant
respond
can
either.
hear that and have a chance
I
to
guess-
refute that.
I assumed that for part of my emails that Virginia gets them that then they're part of the record. Well, I guess they're not part of the record. Sorry, Richard. So how do we correct
So
that?
are
'Cause all
you
of us
saying, because,
received them.
and I've said this before, it seems like this gets a little bit different sometimes. Are we supposed to read the names of the people we got emails from?
Yes, you disclose it.
I
I
don't
read
know that
previously.
that's been the normal practice
Yes.
on a regular basis.
They need to be
remember one other
provided
time
part
that
of the
happened,
record.
And I said the same thing. And I think you at that time said, well, it's because of COVID. I don't know. I can certainly give you the names. They're going to be the same. But, have yours up?
So my recommendation is if it is tabled at the next hearing, that you provide those emails for the record.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Ms. Stokel, Member Stokel.
Kay St. Ange, just,
Ditto.
yeah, she was requesting us to review it. I think we all got it. Something about dust against it. Again, I don't think any of us responded. Trying to see which.
Yeah, Laura
Yeah.
Losi. And I think there was one more.
From Laura Losi.
Kristen.
I
One
think
that
that's
had,
the only 2 I see from. All right, while we're still working on that, I remember Nelson, do you have something more?
I was just going to say, I think that Lauren Losi, Kristen Losi
Ms.
Was-
Losi, LLSI.
was the person who had the article.
And I think Ms. St. Ange, and that's the only 2 I know
Okay.
of. Okay, with that said, council, anything else? Member Robinson, anything else?
No.
All right, staff, you good? All right, then we'll call the applicant up. This is quasi judicial, so the applicant will speak, and we'll call the cards. Council, applicant can end as well. So that's how this works in quasi judicial.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John Zembal, Zon Engineering, here on behalf of the applicant, and I'm in support of this application. And I would like to thank staff for working with us and helping us come up with a plan that works good for the area and alleviated some concerns that were specified in the CUP conditions, and as well as the conditions added by the Planning and Zoning Commission. I'd like to commend them. They had some good suggestions, and we're happy to oblige by creating the stockpiles and treating them as impervious and increasing the front buffer along Golden Knights. And I would like to report that, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about environmental issues here tonight, and obviously we all know they're important. And I would be happy to tell you that this is an opportunity to become part of the solution and start to recycle things that are currently going into your landfill. Start reusing things that are taking up space or being dumped along the side of the road. When I went out and looked at the site last week before this meeting for the Planning and Zoning Board, right next to the site, there was a huge pile of concrete that was dumped there because people don't know where to take it. And it's expensive to dump, and the closest recycling facility is 30 miles in either direction of Titusville. So when fuel charges are taken into account and dump fees are taken into account, people would rather take it to the dump and not spend the extra fuel and the extra time to take it to the next recycling facility that is 30 miles away, or they just kick it out of the back of their truck on the side of the road and let somebody else deal with it. This is a good opportunity to reuse a renewable resource that's coming out of demolition and old construction sites. I'm sure some of the mall that we were talking about is going to have some concrete waste. There's a bridge that's coming down that's going to have concrete waste. I don't want that to go into our landfill. Let's turn it into something useful. Let's turn it into road base. Let's turn it into a material that's used on every construction site in Florida. The applicant or the developer of this site is currently operating 8 other facilities in Florida. You mentioned something about a Gainesville site, and unfortunately, there's a rotten apple in every group. You know, they could be the exception, not the rule. This company, Independence Recycling, has been in business for 25 years. Like I said, we operate 8 plants around the state of Florida, and we have never had any failures, refusals, or citations on any of our plants. They are held in high regard, and as the Planning and Zoning Commission alluded to, we do have spill prevention plans. We do have stormwater pollution prevention plans associated with all of our plants, and it's required by state that the plan be kept on site and that it be followed and that tests be taken. We have to do quarterly official testing amongst visual inspections daily. So I brought examples of a stormwater pollution prevention plan and the chemical testing that is undergone every quarter. The Planning and Zoning Board requested that we provide that information to the city, and we'd be happy to do that. Like I said, this is from another plant, just an example. And last, this is, we do have another plant that's been in operation for 5 years in Ormond Beach. It's within a mile of the Tomoka River, which is an outstanding Florida water and an impaired water body. So we're very aware of impaired water bodies and BMPs. And like I said, that plant has a spill prevention plan and a stormwater pollution prevention plan, and it undergoes the testings and inspections that are required to ensure that we're keeping the environmental issues to the highest standards. Other than that, I appreciate your time, and we will be here with any questions that you may have.
Member Stover?
Yep. How far away from the plant is the one in Ormond Beach from water? Did you say?
It's less than a mile. It's like Yeah, it's less than a mile.
Okay. And then you said there's concrete recycling 30 minutes north and 30 minutes south. Where are those located?
Minimum of 30 miles north and south.
Do you know where those are? What city?
I could call up the developer who
Okay.
investigated and picked this site because of its proximity and.
All right. That was just a question I had.
Okay.
Thanks.
Member Nelson?
Did you guys look at any of the sites in the industrial park?
We chose this site because our neighbor to the west is a borrow pit.
Okay.
And then beyond that is a heavy equipment rental facility. And our neighbor to the east is a railroad track in US 1 with no developable property in between. Planning and zoning requested the additional 50-foot buffer, which was a great suggestion to save some more of the existing trees on site and create a little bit more of a visual barrier. I couldn't think of a better site for this particular use. So I can't testify to whether they looked at other sites, but I was just offering why I feel like this is a good one for us.
Thank you.
How many years did you say you've been doing this?
25 years.
And how many plants?
8.
And 0 failures.
0 failures, 0 rejections. And as far as the noise, there's a requirement that we do a sound test on our crusher that'll be brought to this site. And we're going to set up a scenario and show where we're going to set it up. And we're going to measure a distance to the property line and ensure that it's less than 65 decibels at the property line. So that's a factor of safety for everybody to feel comfortable in.
All right, I see no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
City Clerk, would you call the cards, please?
Tony Sheffalo.
Tony Sheffalo, Norwood House. I was at the PNC meeting. When this was presented to PNC, I thought surely they would deny the permit. It is so obvious this is a disaster waiting to happen in so many ways beyond noise and dust. The presenter even admitted that dust control would be only partially effective with their system of misting the dust as the water runoff becomes impervious. You know, it is concrete dust after all. So they wouldn't use that much misting. And I wonder, where will the water come from for the misting? And we all know where it eventually will go, right across Highway 1 into the Indian River Lagoon after their retention ponds get clogged and don't work anymore, like so many of the retention ponds in the city. And the estimated 50 trucks per day, he didn't mention that, but he was asked at P&Z what kind of traffic. 50 trucks, maybe about a minimum of 50 trucks a day. Well, I drive into Orlando many times on Highway 50, and east of Titusville is an area off the highway that dozens of big dump trucks enter empty and come out filled with dirt. And the dust the trucks throw covers the road for maybe half a mile down Highway 50, both directions. And it blows in the wind, so you get dust. You have to roll up your windows, make sure you have your AC on when you go by there, and the trucks are moving. And add the traffic hazard of large loaded dump trucks entering US 1 and making left turns across the traffic lanes. Also, the proposed site for this concrete crushing plant is right at the entrance to that little Tico airport. Why would city planners want to allow a noisy, dusty, disease-inducing industry be built at the entrance to what could become a real tourist site? You know, the Warbird Museum is there, and it's an airport. It could eventually be a viable airport where we could go and get tickets and get on a plane and go somewhere. But first you have to get dusted as you pass the concrete crusher. So the plant is proposed to be operated at one of the entry points to the city, and you have decided to spend over $1 million of the tree mitigation fund to beautify the entryways. And now you're going to allow something like this to be put right there on Highway 1, where everybody driving up from the port and from Cocoa and from Melbourne will pass by and get dusted. So the developer said it being near the railroad tracks was a plus.
let me finish this, because they will be bringing in concrete trash from distances, and we can welcome imported garbage with all its toxins and pollutions. And a point of order, why did this go to P&Z before it went to TEC? Why does the planning department accept these applications in the first place? Who profits from allowing this kind of stupidity to be brought into our town? Certainly not the nearby residents, or the tourists, or the citizens of Titusville.
Thank you. Next card, please.
Nitra Atia? Yes. Naira, yes.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ira.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm Naira Atia, Beechwood Court. We have been blessed with lungs to breathe, ears to hear, and bodies that are fragile as nature itself. Consider what a cement recycling plant would do to us if it is allowed to function in close proximity to us. The present location you are being asked to permit is within less than 1 mile from homes, hotels, the Enchanted Forest, the airport, which is one of the gateways of our city, and about 400 yards from our beloved Indian River Lagoon. Noise pollution from such a plant would cause psychological and physical harm to all within its parameters, transforming peaceable neighborhoods and the lives of their dwellers. Noise pollution and pollution from cement dust are life-altering. Crushed cement is toxic. Sharp, infinitesimal strands of silica are imperceptible. They are silent knives that can puncture lungs and cause irreversible damage to all sentient beings. And this might not show up for 20 years, but it shows up. None can hide. Dust residue will settle upon a nearby storm water pond. The pond will disgorge its waters into our severely challenged lagoon, further compromising it. Unless we intervene promptly, we shall wake up one day, as did the citizens living around the Chesapeake Bay some years ago, and find that our lagoon has gasped and taken its last breath. Like the gentle manatee, we and our progeny will surely follow. There's no doubt about it. While such a plant may well be needed and serve an honorable purpose, why not consider placing it at a safe distance from the gateway to nature and space? Please consider the consequences of your vote. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you so much. Next card, please.
Susan Schraker?
Good evening. I'm Susan Schricker. I'm a resident here in Titusville and live on River Edge Drive. I've given everyone a packet tonight. The first picture you will see is a picture that I got from the owner's website, Independence website. And this is what we will look at each day when we ride by this area. The second picture is the picture of a sign that was posted on the property. This is the only way that we found out about this hearing tonight. I live right across the street from this property. You would think that I would have received something in the mail saying that this was going on and given every resident there in that area an opportunity to come tonight. And myself and one other neighbor is here, and that's it, because no one knows about this. So I don't agree with the notice that we were given. I gathered all this information together today and came tonight to speak on behalf of our area. This area is growing with leaps and bounds. We've got two new hotels in the area. We've got a church and a school together located right there. We have the Police Hall of Fame. We have the airport that is growing, and a new company that is coming in that's going to have hundreds of jobs, space tourism company to bring jobs. All of that is coming right into this area that is going to be taken up by trucks and concrete dust and so forth. One of my biggest concerns that we've already heard about tonight is the runoff from this concrete down the slope. If you ride by there, you'll see there is an obvious slope right down to the river. All of that water is going to come right through our yards and right into the river. You know, this weekend, I was out there looking at a manatee trying to eat a palm frond. Huge manatee, and it was trying to eat a palm frond because it was lacking of food. You know, we've already lost hundreds of manatees already this year, and you'll see articles in my packet for that as well. Another thing I would like to bring up is that the Independence Company states that they have 8 other locations. I've gone and done aerial maps of all of those locations, and you'll see that in the packet. You'll notice that all of the other locations are in industrial locations. They're not in neighborhoods. They're not adjacent to riverside homes. They're not adjacent to schools and churches. They're in industrial locations. And that was brought up in the
Can you finish
PNC
in 1
meeting.
minute? Because we're going to extend your time if you continue on. Can you finish in 1 minute?
Yes, I'll try.
Can I have a motion for 1 minute?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go.
So another item that during the PNC meeting, there was 2 no's, and the no's were because of the water runoff and the location, because this is your south entrance to Titusville. Is this what we want to portray? They talked about the noise, a noise variance. 65 is the limit. You know how much a toilet noise is? 70. You really think that this is going to be less than a toilet flushing? So, and then one more thing. The owner got up during the PNC meeting and said that he bought the property not knowing that this bridge was being built. We've got a bridge, $126 million project that's going to open up our space industry and improve our area. He bought the property on May 6th of 21. The groundbreaking was December of 21.
Thank you.
So,
thank you very much. Next card, please.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Hold on.
Not for her, just staff.
Okay, go ahead.
Did we send out, I thought we do send out notices.
Within 500 feet of the
Okay.
property boundary.
So if these were more than 500 feet, that's why they
Correct.
did not get a
Yes,
notice?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Carol Stanton,
Yeah, he's
that
moving.
would be
We'll
John
take him.
Stanton.
Take your time. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is John Stanton. I live on 6035 River Edge Drive. One complaint I have is notification. You know, no one on our street got any notification outside a little bitty sign. I just had cataract surgery, and I couldn't see it. So, you know, the signage was not good enough to notify anyone. There should be more people from our street here, and simply because I got notified at 3 o'clock today. Anyway, number one, I am 75 years old. I've been a dentist in this town for 35 years, retired, and I've seen some stupid things come out of the city council. And the one I remember most was Tom Mariani when he was mayor. They had the prisoner transport house they were going to have right next to Hickory Hill subdivision. I was the president of the homeowners. So I had to come in and dress the city council down. And they were forever, grateful that they didn't do that project. I think that these people are, regardless of their intention, there's a dust problem, there's a health problem, there's a indication that it's much more injurious to young people rather than older people. But it doesn't help us at all either. You can see I'm not in the greatest of shape of anyone in the room, but I sure as heck don't want to be breathing their dust or hearing their noise. And that's what we're going to be doing. Another thing, there's a tremendous elevation. If you walk up Golden Gate to Golden Knight Road, and we used to walk it up all the time, it was a constant hill all the way to almost to the airport. But what do you think that stormwater is going to do? If you ever have a spillage, what's going to happen? It's going to come right down that road, and it's going to come right through our house. We have a 14 to 16 foot drop from the middle of River Edge Drive to the river. That's got to be another 10 or 12 feet elevation that would send water down too. So it doesn't make any sense. The location doesn't make any sense. They should be going someplace out in the middle of nowhere. You look at all these plants they have all over the place, and they're ugly. You were talking about things being beautiful in Titusville. Well, that's not beautiful. And I don't care if they're surrounded by a forest of the tallest spruce known to man. They're still going to create dust. They're going to create noise. They're going to create water spillage problem. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
You're
I appreciate
welcome.
it.
Good
Can I
luck,
ask him a
guys.
question?
Oh, yeah, hold on. Wait, she's got a question for you.
Mr. Stanton, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
How far do you think it is from your house, which is from what I remember, it's pretty directly across from there, to this proposed facility?
You had a picture. Do you have a picture of that thing? Our house is directly, that'll do it.
How far do you think
Our
that
house
is?
is directly down the hill.
Yeah.
So you guys are in.
We
no,
are
that way.
right where the billboards, there's
That's
some
not,
billboards.
is that Bellwood?
What?
Bellwood? No, further?
No, we're not at Bellwood.
If you,
It's called Bellwood Acres, that whole area, all the people that live up that road, that's called it's Bellevue Acres, I believe, on the plat map. And it was platted in 1948, by the way, the year I was born.
asking for trouble.
Here's mine.
Yeah, okay.
We're this one. That's we would be
Okay.
Excuse me, you need to be on the mic.
Yeah,
No
I'm
one's-
sorry. Yeah,
no one's
we
picking you up.
pulled you away. They can't hear you on TV.
Okay, I'm Carol Stanton, my husband's wife of 50 years. I was distraught when I heard this afternoon. I came home about 5:30, and he said, well, someone called me about they're going to put a concrete plant across the street. Well, the value of our homes will be affected by this, number one. We love our place. We've been there for 23 years, and it's like a nature preserve. Every day, the manatees aren't there as much, and neither are the dolphins. But the bird life is just amazing. Herons, eagles. We saw an eagle and a little egret fighting over a fish the other day. The small bird had caught it but couldn't swallow it. So here comes this eagle, and they're out in the yard next to us, deciding who's going to get it. The bird life is really fantastic. Ducks all winter, or just recently they left, and we have pelicans and seagulls getting all over our dock. It's really beautiful, and it's very private and quiet, and peaceful. It's very windy down there. It is in the morning, it can be like a lake. Just yesterday, it was like a lake. Well, then in the afternoon, there's a gale. And many times it's predominantly wind from the southeast, but we get west winds. That's when it's very calm. And the west winds, they all our palm fronds fall out of the trees, or most, some of them. But we would definitely get the dust. And I got information that when you process concrete, there are toxic chemicals that can seep underground, and the only way to get rid of them would be to dilute them, which means you're going to have more runoff. We had one of our neighbors that was younger than me die of a small cell lung cancer. And there was some talk he thought he got it working at the Space Center. But any of us can get that, like the lady said, these small pieces that, don't show up for 20 years. I'm getting sick of seeing all the wildlife. On US 1, I recently helped raise 4 baby raccoons. This has something to do with this, but we aren't protecting the animals. Every day, every week, I see raccoons on run over on US 1. In fact, the ones that I was feeding all 4 of them were killed, and their mother. And I found them on US 1 right across from where this land is. So it's very busy, lots of cars. We don't need any more cars, especially concrete trucks or that intersection there. We've had fatalities there. There's no stoplight. And you can't have a stoplight there because we need a stoplight on our side, but it's just, there's not even a caution light.
All right, well,
So anyway,
got your points there.
we don't need that.
Well, wait. Your time has expired, as you may notice, so unless you need another minute.
Well, I'm just, this is very important.
Well,
because
stop. You saw the red light went off. That means your time is done.
I thought you said I could.
I didn't yet.
Oh.
Do I have a motion?
Yes.
One more minute.
Okay.
All right.
My husband
Thank
and I, we were not aware when we built there. The neighbor that was next door who never built on the lot, he said there's a Florida aquifer he had drilled a well on his vacant land, and he'd had the property for a long time. He got it from his wife's father, gave it to him for their wedding. Well, he said there's an aquifer up underneath US 1. And the water, we have city water, and so does Ms. Schwicker, but all the other residents have well water. And, they would be subject to, getting whatever comes off this place in their water. The other thing is the drainage. We did not know that our house would get flooded twice after different hurricanes. And we finally realized we needed to put like a berm at the beginning of our driveway, because every drop that falls off US 1 wants to go to the river. And it goes, normally
points
it
well
would
taken.
go under our
I get what you're
house.
saying.
But
I think
in
you're
okay, right. It's not
He's
a good
right.
place. This is not the place to put an ugly, as you can see, ugly industrial.
I got you. Thank you very much.
And we are some of the higher taxpayers of this
Yeah.
area.
Thank you very
Because
much.
of where we
We
live.
didn't buy the property to
Thank you
have
very
a
much.
concrete place.
Very good. Thank you. Next
Michael
card.
Michael Myjack.
Myjack, Alpine Lane. Interesting being a member of the Environmental Commission and finding an environmental issue showing up at P&Z, but it never showed up at TEC. You'd almost think that maybe there wasn't any environmental impact from this industrial site. It's just industrial wastewater, right? Because it comes from an industrial facility.
Hold right there. City Attorney, would you go ahead and give, because I asked that same question about it possibly being at TEC first.
Fine.
And I'd like to, no, at the top, the clock has stopped. I'd like to have, at least the definition of what goes to TEC at this time, because that's certainly been a concern. And I had the same concern and asked the question.
Under Titusville Environmental Commission, Article 9, it states specific responsibilities of the commission. There are several. One is to review environmental or water resource issues as selected by staff and submit to the Planning and Zoning Commission as part of applications for rezonings, CUPs, et cetera, and make recommendations to the Planning and Zoning Commission on said environmental issues, being the issues selected by staff with regard to environmental or water resource issues. Of course, council can ask the TEC to provide input on items that you desire them to provide input on as well.
Well, let me just say that if it's come to us on the agenda and it hasn't been to TEC, I don't necessarily know about it. I mean, I don't know that I have the right to say, send this to TEC before I get it.
Certainly, if you wanted to table it and send it to them now, you could do that.
All right, thank you. That was my answer. All right, go ahead.
Silicon dioxide is a carcinogen. That's the byproduct of crushing concrete. They can be small, a 30th the size of a human hair. They're not visible, but yet they'll get lodged in the lungs. They'll cut the alveoli. They cause cystic fibrosis, and they cause lung cancer. This is a known fact. This is what we're going to be putting into the air. The research that I did in the last couple of days indicates that these plants can produce a powdery-like substance that can carry for over a mile. So I wonder how the people at the Marriott and Hyatt are going to think about when their customers complain about the dust on their cars. I also wonder what it's going to be like walking through the quiet of the enchanted forest, listening to these machine gun-like sounds coming from the rock crushers. They run about 90 decibels, according to OSHA or NIOSH as they are now. So that's something to consider too. And the distance falls off, with distance squared, at least the decibel scale does. So it might be 65 by the road, but you're still going to hear it when you have a gentle breeze. Just like you can hear the cars on I-95 from a mile away, or you hear the airplane flying by. This is not the right location. It's downhill 400 yards, approximately a quarter mile from the Indian River Lagoon. But most importantly, the material is very basic. It's not acidic like our environment. And when you put basic and acids together, they neutralize one another. So this stuff is caustic to our land and to our waters. Our lands have a pH of about 5.3 to 5.8. This stuff's well above 8, 8.5. So there's a neutralizing effect that's going to happen to the environment that's not natural. That's not right. This is just another cut against the Indian River Lagoon. You allow this to go. Because the silica, while it may flow into a stormwater pond and become just polluted stormwater, the material, the source material, is unknown. There could be anything spilled in this concrete. It could come from any state in the country over the rails without any inspection whatsoever. You'll have no idea what's being broken apart, what's being crushed, and what's going to go in the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Majak. Next card, please.
Orly Thompson.
Lorley Thompson, 3550 Irvin Avenue, Mims. If you do an online search for issues with concrete crushing plants, you will find numerous articles about communities and the problems they've had with odor, noise, dust, and pollution. And I'm not going to go through all the health issues because Michael did a really good job. So the residents that live along the river, the retirees in the nearby trailer parks, are unaware of this project. And then what about the new residents in as yet unbuilt homes in Verona and the $1 million riverfront homes that are proposed for Tranquility Bay? What do you think they're going to think about this project? And what about Tom Statham Park? These emissions are particularly problematic for children who can be exposed to higher levels of pollutants in relation to their body size. Other communities pass legislation to keep concrete crushing facilities from being located near parks and residential areas. Now, we want to consider allowing one to go in across the street from Tom Statham Park and so close to the river? And where will the water that's going to be used to hold the dust down come from? Are we just going to stick another straw into Titusville's aquifer in order to satisfy the wants of an out-of-town company whose only interest is to find the closest place near a railroad to crush concrete coming from the destruction of the NASA Causeway Bridge, the Searstown Mall, and, other places? There's an industrial park 10 miles down the road, Sidco Park, that is the appropriate place for this type of activity, and guess what? It's got rail access too. Space tourists pay $55 million to launch from our community. Do we want for their impression of Titusville to be that we have a concrete crushing plant at the gateway to the Space Center and the universe? And by the way, I guess staff decided in their infinite wisdom that this particular project wasn't environmental enough to come before the TEC. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura Lee. Next card.
Kathleen Perez.
Kate Perez, 3025 South Washington Avenue. I also had, it's hard to go after all that because I had the same concern about how this just appeared here for you guys to vote on without the TEC looking at it. And I guess the answer is staff thought it wasn't something that the Environmental Commission should look at. And that's astonishing to me because I think most people know that silica causes all kinds of COPD and cancers. And that's what you're talking about. And by the way, the recycling part is bugging me. Okay, you cannot recycle concrete. You're not recycling it, you're just smashing it. Okay, because you can't undo the process that made it. So you're smashing something into little bits that people can breathe in. I teach Tai Chi at the Enchanted Forest every Saturday morning for free because I don't like people to fall. And, we can hear the traffic from 95. We can hear the planes, but we also hear tons and tons of birds and animals, a lot of pigs, a lot of wild pigs. Tycho, I've actually gone birding there on many occasions. That's how good the birds are. And we've all seen like 12, 15 turkeys crossing the road there, Route 50. That's a beautiful natural area. And I also agree with Tony that why are we beautifying that entryway to Titusville in order to put concrete trucks rumbling up and down it? I agree with everything that everybody said. And I think obviously it should have been looked at for environmental reasons. I don't know why seems to be a lack of transparency sometimes in our government here in the city. I'm going to throw in a couple more things back at the plastic plants and plastic manatees and plastic bird thing, because I heard you say, Mr. Mayor, maybe we should retry doing native plants. But what they were saying, my understanding is they did not try native plants. And I don't know who you guys have as friends, but I probably have 40 friends who are master naturalists. They're everywhere. You can't walk across the street without finding one in this town, right? And that's the person who should have been consulted. A Florida master naturalist would have been able to tell you what plants can grow there and be healthy and have little upkeep, be cheap and good for the animals and the insects. Thanks.
Thank you. Next card.
Last card is Nathan Slusher.
Nathan Slusher at 860 Allendale Street. So I'm going to go a different direction here. I just want to talk about the 4 conditions that are being proposed by staff and by P&Z. Condition number 1 is the stockpile area being treated as impervious. 2 is the buffers. I'm going to skip 2. 3 is the quarterly reports. My question is, are we asking those items of the other recycling plant in town? Because as you guys know, I have to get rid of construction debris and I take it to the recycling plant on State Road 405 behind of Hickory Hills. So I want to know if we are asking quarterly reports from that recycling plant. Now, from understanding in this room, this one's going to be a much larger project, but they still crush concrete. They still do the same things. They have the big piles of crushed concrete out there. Are we requesting the reports from that facility to the city, or are we going to only request from this plant? I want to ensure we don't have a double standard there. That's my only concern. Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, first of all, I think that that's a county facility. So that's the first thing that takes us out of it. That's a county facility. And secondly, I'll be very honest with you, I'm really focused on this issue here, and the location is different. But I'll leave it at that. Any other cards? All right. Hold on. I know that the applicant gets come back, but council, is there anything you want to add? All right, applicant, come on back up. I have a few more questions myself.
Mayor, as applicants coming up, we were able to locate the emails that were sent to council and the applicant did receive them.
Very good. Thank you very much for doing that. Feel free to do that. Before we start.
We appreciate everybody's concern, and we're 100% aware and on board with maintaining the environment and maintaining good, clean living conditions. We're not here to determine appropriateness. It's zoned industrial, and everybody said this isn't the place for an industrial use. It's zoned industrial. That is what it's zoned for. The conditional use is a function to add conditions to it for the specific project. So that's why we're here. And we came up with some good suggestions, and we're happy to comply. There's a lot of concerns about the noise and how often and the dust. This is an operation that only crushes 2 to 3 times a year. We collect concrete the other times, but we only crush it 2 to 3 times a year because it involves bringing in an expensive piece of equipment that's mobile, and that machine has all of its required permitting and all of its required inspections, and it undergoes visual, pollution, all the required inspections to make sure that the air quality is maintained. There was a requirement for irrigating to make sure that the dust doesn't get off site. Well, they go a step further and they have a micro mister that blows directly on this thing when it's crushing, again, only 2 to 3 times a year. So the state requires that these machines be inspected and they be tested to make sure that they're not emitting these chemicals or just concrete dust into the air. We're not going to be trucking in recycled concrete from other places. It's for a lot of reasons, but for one, it doesn't make fiscal sense. The only thing that we would be bringing in would be large virgin aggregate for use in shoreline riprap and other stabilization. It's a hard material to get, the large virgin rock from like Georgia quarries and stuff. And there's a lot of it in place along the river for shore and bank stabilization. So we wouldn't be bringing in any concrete on the rails. And again, if it wasn't the intent to have industrial uses in this area. It would be zoned commercial. We didn't decide that, that has been decided for us. So, with that, I've looked at a bunch of studies. I tried to find, studies that were, critical of the operation. But somebody mentioned earlier BMP, best management practices. And the EPA actually lists hardened concrete recycling as a best management practice for disposal of concrete. So while I'm aware of everybody's concerns, the EPA feels that it's safe. The FDOT feels that it's safe because they use it in every roadway project that they build, and every building site that is put in town is getting this material spread. So if this one location is going to be a problem, let's look at the roads, the building foundations, and every other construction project that's scattering this material all over the town. This material is readily used, approved, and suggested as a building material. So if it was toxic and going to cause harm, we should look a little bit further back than where we're sourcing it. I appreciate your time and thanks for having us, and appreciate your consideration.
Hold on right there. Anybody have any questions for the applicant? 50 trucks a day, yes, no?
50 trucks a day is a max, and like I said, it's a seasonal or bi-yearly thing when we crush concrete, but it could be a maximum of 50 trucks a day. If a whole bridge is demoed, then that would be the maximum entering the site. It could also go a month without seeing a single truck. And all we do is collect the concrete in small little piles. When it's dropped off, it's inspected with a camera when it first comes in to make sure that it's the correct material. And then once it's dropped on the yard, it's visually inspected to come out of the truck to make sure that it's the right material, that nobody has hidden any materials that aren't supposed to be there in it. And then we store it in little piles until it becomes efficient to crush it. And then we crush it and we store it in other little piles, and then we sell it as the need presents itself.
That area over there is, as noted, kind of on a slant down towards the river. How would you prevent the river runoff, the runoff into the river?
We're proposing swales along both sides of the property to catch any surface drainage. And they're directed directly into the back, which is our retention pond, which is sized to care for OFW, and it's now it's been increased in size to account for a completely impervious site almost, at the suggestion of the Planning and Zoning Board. So the amount of stormwater attenuation and treatment that we're going to be providing is going to be immense, we're considering this whole piece of the site impervious. So we're going to be holding that water for a considerable amount of time. The suspended solids fall out, and the rest of it goes down to an adjacent ditch where it's already going. We have to prove that it doesn't exceed what is already being provided by the site, so we model it. We create a model that represents the site in its current condition. We determine how fast and how much the water comes off, and then we model it in this condition. So if it necessitates, the pond would have to be made larger again to meet that condition, to make the precondition greater than or equal to the post condition.
And
in other words, it doesn't increase the stormwater runoff from the site.
And then obviously one of the biggest concerns, and you've noted it, but the dust control. And I guess you water that down, you have a mister or whatever. So none of these plants that do this have concrete dust in the air at all?
Well, not having any dust in the air is not the same as managing the dust.
Okay.
So obviously we missed it to drop it to the ground, and the increased buffers are going to break up wind that'll carry the dust. And like I said, the crusher itself is actually tested and inspected to with the misters in place to make sure that it's not emitting too much dust per the EPA and state regulation.
And the reason you guys are here and you got your ears up and said this is a good place to be is the bridge coming down and that sort of thing? No? He's saying no, so before you go further, he's saying no. Because I mean, this is the first time I've ever heard of us, trying to deal with a concrete crushing plant. And I have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. And then, of course, I was wondering why all of a sudden do we have a concrete crushing plant over here? And I thought maybe there were some things going on. You can come up if you want. Well, that's why you have this opportunity. So the reason you guys are here with this plant now and not before, is something changed here, the bridge or nothing?
It's a business opportunity. We've been in business 25 years. We operate 8 other yards, and we were looking for an area that needed concrete recycling. And we're in between the Space Coast Crushers, which is down in Rockledge, and then north of you, I'm not sure the operator north of you, but he's like 25, 30 miles north. And this was a location that came up for sale, so I purchased it. And like John said, we've been in business here in Florida for 25 years. We're a family-owned business out of Independence, Ohio, where the name came from. We've been operating up there for 66 years. We are a construction company with 9 different construction-related companies. Florida is our Florida company, the only one that we own here in Florida, strictly concrete recycling. And just to give you people, the residents, an idea, we don't go where we never go into an area where it's residential, where it's not zoned properly to start with. This was industrial property. We're located near the Orlando Airport, Orlando. The picture I didn't see the picture that was handed to you guys, but I believe that is our Orlando facility because it's on our website, and it's a full-time facility, crushes 5 days a week, 8, 10 hours a day. And in that area, we have residential, industrial, you name it, around the facility. We have had no complaints with dust and any of the problems that were mentioned. As far as the that's this is Orlando plant here, I believe. Looks like it, but it's a lot larger plant. This is a permanent plant. On this job, it would be a relocatable plant, a portable unit. This picture here is a permanent plant in Orlando, so it never moves. Tampa, we have residential on one side of us. We have a union hall on the other side. We're right on Hillsborough Avenue, if anybody knows where Tampa is, right at the intersection of I-4 and 75. In Orlando, we have SeaWorld it's about 3 miles away from us. We have a large canal that goes through the area there that our stormwater pond goes into. Every quarter in our yards, we have to do a stormwater report. And if there's a rain event, we go out and capture the runoff from the rain event the actual rain event. We record it, take it to a lab. They do the testing on it for all the heavy metals, iron. There's a whole list that was handed into you guys of what they look for. If we have any kind of violations, then we have to address it and fix the violation. To date, we have never had a violation. So,
well, that's impressive. I got that. Member Stokel.
Yeah, I think the concern is the spots that you're listing off, they sound like they're not around residential areas. I think that's the biggest concern I can tell you that I have is I don't think it's potentially in another industrial area. And that was going to be a question I have for staff is what else is allowed in an industrial area. I know it's zoned that way, but then we also have the CUP for this reason is looking at the map and it's in that packet that you can look at. That's what I'm looking at for me is to see, is this consistent with the vision that we have for Titusville? And my frustration, the council knows this, is that we kind of piecemeal things. It's not that I'm against a concrete recycling facility. It's just, is this the appropriate location given the water is right there? And that's why I asked how far away in Ormond Beach is it from the water? You know, if it's a mile, that's a significant difference than like right across the street here. It's hard for me to see these residents right there. It's hard for me to know that we've been working really hard on Tranquility Bay, that people are purchasing, the lots already purchased. No, and that's my biggest frustration. I can see a need for concrete recycling. I think it serves its purpose. I just don't know if this area is the best spot for it personally.
Our location in Jacksonville is in the port, and it's about 300 yards to the actual St. John's River. Port up to the basin, out into same thing there. Everything is regulated for runoff and everything. We take it seriously because we try to be good neighbors. Not looking for problems. We don't need the complaints because God knows they'll happen. And why put yourself in that position is how we look at it. When I selected the site, even though it was available, I did look at that. That was part of it.
And clearly, I'm asking so many questions on this. Like I said, this is not something that we've ever brought into any site, including an industrial site. It has more potential for dust and noise and 50 trucks in a day. That concerns me. And as Member Stokel said, I get it. You know, you got to have everything. You got to have concrete, whatever it is, recycling, busting up, whatever. I have some concerns about its proximity to the river. I have concerns about how it flows this way, and you guys would certainly do your best to keep that from happening, but there it goes. Because we do care about the river, just so you know. We have, and somebody out there pointed out, we've got a new hotel over here. We've got, the most expensive houses I've ever seen come into Brevard County, going right on the other side. It's just, I have some concerns. Member Nelson.
I have to agree with him. I mean, we're sitting here talking about, we're having the CEOs of these different space companies come into Tyco, sort of leading up to making it more of an executive airport. And we have these expensive homes. We have the homes across the street, which are very nice. And we're spending money at a gateway. We're going past a concrete crushing plant. And it's sort of like, you know.
I'm not sure how you're going to really see it, right? The 50-foot buffer and the tree line. That's why we agreed to go with the 50-foot buffer, whatever they suggested.
There's a borrow pit next door, a giant borrow pit.
Been there for years.
Yeah. Look over giant piles of borrow material.
And they're still active there.
And as you drive by, like woods. You know, and per your land development code, there is no residential here. Within 500 feet is what determines that, and it was determined that there is no residential within 500. That's stated in that.
I'm just saying, this is sort of what I'm looking at is we just agreed to spend however much money to make that a gateway. And so me, when I'm looking at a gateway, I'm not looking at what you're doing. I'm thinking of that as more in the industrial park down the street.
Well, so this typically has a front buffer of 15 feet. Let me just verify that before I talk out of turn. That would be south. 20 feet. Okay, so if a different industrial use comes here, it's still going to have the trucks. It's going to cut down the buffer to 20 feet, and you're going to see a building now versus looking at 50 foot of woods.
Well, all I can say there is, like I said earlier, I'm focused on this. If something else comes, I'll focus on that. Clearly, I'm not hard to deal with, but I'm looking at some tough situations. Anybody else have any questions for these guys? All right, if you guys go ahead and sit down, we'll go from there. Again, I have nothing against your business. Clearly, your 25 years of perfection. I think that speaks for itself. I have concerns about the location with all we're trying to do in that area, so close to the river. I had concerns when I first saw it, not about what you're doing, about where it's at. And I get the industrial, but we also need a CUP to continue forward for some reasons. I have concerns about the dust possibilities. I was supposed to speak at a grand opening of a hotel in that area today, but obviously we have a meeting. I couldn't be there. But it's a big Marriott hotel that's coming together right over there by the Space Center. I just having troubles with this one, and I struggle with the dust. It does, you know, the more you read, the more you realize that dust is really dangerous and it's a problem. I'm sure you control it greatly. 25 years speaks for itself. I have concerns. Anybody else want to say anything on this? I see quiet. All right, then. Yeah, well, you're the applicant. I'll let you come up one more time.
If everybody is unanimous on concerns with this site, can I request that you continue it and that we take it to a TEC so we can work some of these things out with staff and you guys will be better educated on it and we can all.
That was going to be my
get
backup
along.
statement, depending where the rest of the council was. I got some people who keep yelling things out there. Just let me finish this up. All right, I'll do this, you do that. I got you. All right, that being said, you know, I think I've made my position clear where I'm at. I certainly, at this moment, don't feel like I would want to move forward. However, I want to hear the rest of the council before we do anything else with that. So if you'd sit down, we'll go from there. You heard his thoughts. I'm going to kind of go around the horn here, whether you guys are with me or not. Member Stokel, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm okay with it going to TEC. I just want, I feel like I kind of stated my biggest concern, and I don't know if going through TEC is going to help my concerns, to be quite honest. So I just don't want to give any false hope. I just have the concerns is with where this is located. I did have a question for staff. If you could just clarify what is permitted in an industrial use.
I don't have the list in front of me, but the M2 industrial that is on this site is the heaviest industrial that the city has.
Okay, and no matter who's coming in, do they all need a CUP?
No, they do not.
So only certain recycling?
Yes, recycling does, but heavy manufacturing, for instance, does not.
Right.
What I can do is provide all that information to council so they have that in front of them.
Yeah, that would help me. That's kind of where I'm at. And I, again, to the point is, I do know that there's other things that are allowed in this, whether it's manufacturing. Again, you have other, then it's in a building. You're not worrying about dust. There's other things that you have a trade-off.
That's another factor.
And
the
those
outdoor.
do not, as she said, require a CUP. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Member Nelson, give me your thoughts.
I agree with Dr. Stokel. I'm having problems with it. I'm having problems with it because, yeah, I agree with the mayor. How about that?
I agree.
I don't have a huge problem with it going to TEC. I don't think it's going to be any better. Yeah.
Go ahead. Member Robinson.
You can put it through T. It's not going to change my mind. I don't think it needs to be here. Period.
All right. I'm not hearing any thoughts that going to TEC is going to change that.
Council.
City Attorney, are we within our bounds where we're speaking right now in a quasi-judicial?
You're having your discussion at a quasi-judicial. Your decision has to be based on competent substantial evidence. As staff said at the beginning, it is owned industrial. It's a CUP that allows you to look at that potential use and add more stringent conditions, development standards on the use because of the adverse impacts that may be caused by such a use. If you're inclined to deny the application for this development permit, you have to give written notice to the applicant. And the notice must include a citation to the applicable portions of an ordinance, rule, statute, or other legal authority for denial. You have to be prepared to cite what part of the code, comprehensive plan, or other law would support a denial.
And that would be part of the comprehensive plan, could be part of that,
You'd have to cite provisions as part of your motion.
which would be our gateways. And
You'd have to cite those provisions. If you're not prepared, of course, you could table, look at that. You could send it to TEC, get their recommendations. But as a denial, you have to be prepared as part of your denial to cite the basis for that denial, out of the code or other law.
all right, well, and that's why I asked for the quasi judicial. I know that's always a little bit different than, Member Nelson, you ready for a motion on that?
I would move to submit the CUP to the TEC for their advisement.
Okay.
Second.
Do I have a motion to send it to TEC for advisement? A second by Member Stokel. Roll call vote.
Member Nelson, Mayor Diesel,
Yes.
Member Stokel,
Yes.
Member Robinson.
Yes.
So Mayor, we're going to need an additional motion that you're, I assume, going to table this.
Yes, Member
So
Nelson, can
we'll
you?
need to have a date certain.
Well, we have
Yeah.
to go to when they meet, after they meet.
Yes, sir, but because of advertising requirements, we're recommending the first meeting in June.
Okay.
So can I say the first meeting in June? What's the date?
We only have one meeting.
We only have one meeting.
One meeting, I don't know today. Like the 14th, sorry. Oh, I got it right.
Yeah, June 14th.
I have a motion.
Second.
And I have a second. Roll call vote.
Mayor Diesel,
Yes.
Member Stokel,
Yes.
Member Robinson,
Yes.
Member Nelson.
Passes unanimously. It will go to TEC, and we will see it again on June 14th. All right, thank you very much. All right.
You want to take a stretch break?
I do. I'm going to take a 6-minute bathroom break. We'll be back at 15 after.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
workforce housing?
If you're asking me if there is a comprehensive plan in our housing element, I don't have it in front of me, but I would be happy to find out and
Yeah,
bring it back.
would you,
Of course.
Because some of the questions as I read over this and I heard on the P&Z tape that this is going to be workforce housing, and I just wanted to know in our comprehensive plan, because I think you and I at different meetings and settings have talked about workforce housing.
But I'd be happy to do that. There may also be other policies that the city has besides the comp plan, so I'll do that research.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Stokel?
Yes. This is the one where they're wanting to change from commercial high intensity to medium density residential. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you clarify what's allowed in commercial high intensity?
Well, actually, the future land use is commercial high intensity. The zoning is community commercial. So that would be retail, offices, doctor's offices, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So
And
they could have a substantial amount of commercial. I believe they could have, under the current, they could have 230,000 square feet of commercial.
And the surrounding areas, is that R1B? Like Smoky Lane?
Some of that is in the county.
Okay.
So they have a residential density of 4 units an acre. The zoning is larger, but the residential density is 4 units an acre. To the west, the residential density is 4 units an acre, and they have single-family R111, which is quarter-acre lots, 1,100 square feet minimum lots, house size. And then some suburban residential, which I think is half-acre lots.
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me, but I think that's true.
Then we still have across the commercial low intensity. I'm looking at the future land use map.
Yes.
And then the industrial.
Yes.
All right.
Member Nelson?
Just have to say, we've got 4 units an acre. All of a sudden, we go to 10 units an acre. And you have quarter-acre lots around there, and it just seems like 10 units an acre is a little too tight.
Okay.
I mean, to me, 7, 8 units an acre I can live with, but it just seems very tight right now, especially butting up to quarter-acre lots.
Well, the zoning is quarter-acre. I don't believe the lots themselves are quarter-acre. I think they're larger than that. I
But you
think
have
they've
large
developed
lots.
to a larger size than the minimum would require.
So that's my thought.
Member Robinson?
Yeah, again, Big, I looked at all of the maps and everything, and I was looking for the playground. Is that the playground around the pool? Saw the pool, but I didn't see any other area on the map, and my eyes are.
They had a specific map showing the open space, and it could be that you didn't get that, but again, I would not be completely married to the plan that you've already seen, because I believe it's the intent of the applicant to make some modifications to that.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Remember, this hasn't gotten through P&Z yet. So I think some of our questions, not that we haven't already all asked them, could wait till at least see what P&Z says and what they present. All right, with that said, I see no more here. Do we have any cards on this? Okay, now we move to 10C.
On to 10C, which is Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment number 2-2022 on Sisson Townhomes. The city attorney will read the ordinance.
And this will include ordinances number 19/2022 and 20/2022. Ordinance 19/2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by amending ordinance number 60-1988, which adopted the comprehensive plan of the city of Titusville, by amending the future land use map, by changing the land use designation on approximately 11.82 acres plus or minus of property located west of Sisson Road, parcel ID number 22, 35, 27, AV 106, from the medium density residential future land use to the high density residential future land use designation, and providing for an effective date. Ordinance number 20, 2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending ordinance number 5, 1993 of the City of Titusville by amending the zoning map made a part of said ordinance by reference by changing the multifamily medium-density residential R2 to the multifamily high-density residential R3 zoning district on approximately 11.82 acres plus or minus of property located west of Sisson Road, parcel ID number 22, 35, 27, AV 106, and providing for an effective date.
The public hearing on this item is scheduled before the City Council on April 26, 2022. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this item at their April 6, 2022 meeting and recommended approval of the ordinance 6-1 and rezoning with the concept plan of 91 units 7-0. One member voted against the ordinance due to the potential impacts to the well field and based on staff's recommendation. Mr. Busaka is here to answer questions that you may have on this, your first reading.
I see none. Any cards? Cards. This is a first reading. No vote. City Manager.
I think you've got one light on.
Yes. Yeah, and I think that maybe this is an inappropriate time to ask the question because it may all come out, but again, that's I think that just by the staff is going to make sure that certain things are adhered to anyway as far as traffic and so forth, and make sure that it's everything is taken within the limits.
Yes,
as
sir.
Required.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to see if I can provide some more information about what our traffic engineer would look at for traffic, since I know that that's a question that has arisen. So I'd be happy to do that.
Right, and again, that's it's a county responsible road, and I know that they have had to take some widening actions when some of the other developments went in. And this is going to be, I think it's 91 versus the other one was 97, right? This is planned 91 units. And I, if you just, I think that that's going to increase the traffic quite a bit in that area. And Sisson Road is already a dangerous place. I've known people to lose their lives on that road. And then when you began to have development that are full of children, on one side of the road is one group of kids, and on the other side of the road, they are friends with each other in elementary school, and they're going to be crossing back and forth. There's a lot of those. And I think kids still do that they cross back and forth to play with one another.
They call each other on the cell phone. That being said, if you don't mind
those are concerns. I think it's a wonderful project, but those are just some concerns of mine, and with those kind of answers, I would like to have.
I shared that already with City Manager, Ms. Busaka, and City Attorney in our meeting. I go down that road every day, and I turn on Margie every day.
I know.
And I can tell you today, running just a little bit late here today, that road will mess you up.
It is?
Try to go to the vet, the old SPCA, I think it's called Cheney Highway Animals now, but it's terribly dangerous to try to go in there. Matter of fact, you turn on Sisson off of Highway 50, turn right, you have to go up and try, because you can't turn into the vet parking lot because the cars are backed up at the stoplight.
Mm-hmm.
So you've turned off the highway onto where you're supposed to turn to go in, but you can't go in because you can't turn left because the cars are backed up 30 deep. So you got to go all the way up, turn around, get in line, and come back down and turn right. I think that's a good illustration of just how busy that is. And as I discussed with you already, I definitely want to see some traffic reports or traffic studies, because that is already a road that is overused, and it's just not been widened. It's not been, it's not a bad road. It's just not wide enough and not enough lanes to do what they're trying to do with it.
Mr. Mayor, and I can't think of the name of it and I can't see it. What's the first, once you turn it off of 50, going south, what's the name of the street, that first right turn?
Denise.
Oh, Denise?
Denise Drive.
And I have a big issue there because the houses, if you pull off and trying to turn the left on Sisson, the houses are so close to the road. You have to put your nose out in the out on
You are
Sisson
correct.
to look to see if anything is coming south.
And coming on Sisson, it's easy to miss the roads because they're kind of buried.
Yeah.
Just like you're describing. It's a concern traffic-wise. It's one of
Big
those tough situations, because I'll be the first to tell you, as I've said many times, we need more housing for the people who are trying to find housing in Titusville. It's very difficult. But we have to be careful where we put it, and we have to make sure that we've got the roads and infrastructure for it. So I think we're all on the same page. Nobody's saying this is a terrible idea. We've just got to get it right. So with that, Member Stokel.
Yep, I have two questions. One, Peggy, do you know, it says one member voted against it based on staff's recommendation?
Because the staff did not recommend for the comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay.
And so the person who said, I'd like to go forward with the staff recommendation, they were also concerned about the impact to the well field, because
Okay.
this is within the well radii.
So staff is not in favor.
It's the comprehensive plan amendment, not the project itself.
So the future land use map
Correct.
is what you're not in favor of. What about the rezoning? I feel like the rezoning would have to go alongside
Well, the
that.
rezoning doesn't work without the future land use. That's
Which-
right.
Okay, which is going
It's-
to be my second
Yes.
question, I think, for city attorney. One part, land use is legislative, and then the rezoning is quasi judicial. But if we don't pass the legislative portion, wouldn't the quasi judicial part be mute at that point?
You cannot have a zoning that would be inconsistent with your
Right.
comprehensive plan.
So then, okay, so if we don't vote on the future land use, that portion, I feel like a rezoning would not be brought forward. Okay, just wanted to clarify. Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else on that? No more red lights? No cards? All right, now, City Manager.
And my understanding is the applicant, during the public hearing, will do a presentation for you that was also presented at the public meetings.
Not now.
Nope.
Still waiting to see what they're going to do. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're on to new business, which are a series of 5 ad valorem tax abatements. The first one is to approve the economic development ad valorem tax exemption for tax year 2021 for Barn Light Electric Company.
I'm just watching people leave, trying to figure out what, I guess that's what they were there for. Okay. Well, hope it won't be the last thing in the meeting next time. All right, sir, back to you.
Yes, sir, I'm done with that one.
So, okay. So we need to get a motion here?
Yes, sir.
We can take, yeah.
Move to approve the ad valorem tax abatement for tax year 2021, Barn Light Electric.
Yes, I believe that works.
I second.
I have a motion from Member Nelson, a second from Member Robinson. Roll call vote.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes, City Manager.
On to 12B, which is the ad valorem tax abatement for tax year 2021 for Bricks Project Brewery LLC. Staff recommends the approval of the economic development ad valorem tax exemption for tax year 2021 and the continuation of ordinance number 27, 2015 for Bricks Project Brewery LLC at 100%.
I need a motion.
Move to approve the economic development ad valorem tax exemption for the tax year 2021 and a continuation of ordinance number 27, 2015 for Bricks Project.
Have a motion from Member Nelson,
I second.
second from Member Robinson. Roll call vote.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Nelson? Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Passes unanimously 4-0. City Manager.
On to 12C, this is the ad valorem tax abatement for tax year 2021 for Eckler Industries. Staff recommends the approval of the economic development ad valorem tax exemption for tax year 2021 and the continuation of ordinance number 18, 2013 for Eckler Industries incorporated at 90%.
I need a motion.
Move to approve the economic development ad valorem tax exemption for tax year 2021, continuation of ordinance number 18-2013 for Eckler Industries.
There's my motion. I need a second.
I second.
And what I haven't done the first two, so let me try here. Are there any cards?
No, sir.
And if there were, feel free to raise your hand.
There's no cards for any of these.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Means I didn't mess up yet. Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. Yes? Robinson, you were second?
I second.
All right, roll call vote.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0, unanimous. City Manager.
On to 12D, which is the ad valorem tax abatement for tax year 2021 for professional aircraft accessories. Staff recommends the approval of the economic development ad valorem tax exemption for tax year 2021 for professional aircraft accessories at 100%.
I'll take a motion.
Move to approve the economic development ad valorem tax exemption for tax year for professional aircraft.
I have my motion. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second from Member Robinson. Don't have to say cards. Roll call vote.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0 unanimously. On to petitions and requests.
Nope. One
Nope.
more.
What?
I got one more on item 12E, which is the ad valorem tax abatement for tax year 2021 for Paragon Plastics. Staff recommends the approval of the economic development ad valorem tax exemption for tax year 2021 and the continuation of ordinance number 23, 2015 for Paragon Plastics at 60%.
Clearly it got late and I was done. And Member Jordan would have said we're out of here at 9:30. All right, with that said, I need a motion.
Move to approve the economic development ad valorem tax exemption for tax year 2021 and continuation of ordinance number 23, 2015 for Paragon Plastics.
Thank you very much. Well read. We have motion.
Second.
And I have a second from Member Robinson. Roll call vote.
Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes. Motion passes 4-0 unanimously. Now petitions and requests. No? You good? All right. Mayor and council reports. I'll start with Member Stokel and head this way.
Pass.
Peggy, very, very good marathon.
Yes.
You
got-
ran it-
You're
more to
going to
come.
miss these.
You got more to come in the next 3 meetings.
You're going to miss these. That's why I'm going on a sabbatical. And I pass. City Manager.
Okay.
It's 10:30.
My first item is item 8D that was recommended to be tabled during the consent. Where I'm unable to get the information that the council member requested, so we did verify that it's not time sensitive. So we recommend that we go ahead and table it to the next CRA meeting,
Thank you. Do I have a motion to table? Second?
next council meeting.
To the next council meeting.
Well, I think the question was actually asked at CRA, but Yeah, you did vote, so this would be council meeting. You were correct.
Next council meeting.
Yes, sir.
All right, I have the motion, I have the second. This will be tabled to the next council meeting. All those in favor say yes. Opposed? Passes.
I have one action item, and it's the dates. If you look at the report, these are the primary and secondary dates that staff is proposing for our budget hearings and our first budget workshop. Now, there's certain times and windows that we have to meet with these based on the school board and the county's meetings as well. So we've coordinated these meetings, so that's why you have a primary and a secondary. If I could get some feedback on which ones you want.
Let me hear you guys.
August 16th would be better for me versus August 10th, but I can make 10th work if I need to.
So on the first one, which will be our budget workshop, is council good with August 16th, which is Tuesday at 5?
Versus August what, 10th?
It'd be August 16th.
Would be the one I'm proposing. The first
Yeah.
one was August 10th, which is a Wednesday at 5.
Yeah.
So I'd prefer the
I
Tuesday.
think Tuesday works.
All right. So we'll lock in the budget workshop August 16th at 5, which is a Tuesday. The first public hearing, the 2 dates proposed, the primary is, these are both on Wednesdays. I hope that's not going to mess up too bad. The first is September 7th or September 14th, both at 5:30. Both are Wednesdays.
The
I do
14th.
not care.
The 14th works better for me.
Then let's go for it.
Okay, so your first public hearing will be Wednesday, September 14th at 5:30. The final public hearing is we will have an approved budget then, a Wednesday or Thursday. The proposed dates are the 21st of September or the 22nd of September, both at 5:30.
21st or 22nd?
Yes, sir.
22nd.
The
Thursday.
Thursday's the 22nd.
Perfect. Okay.
Wednesday's the 21st.
Again, I'm good. It doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Thursday.
Thursday?
Yeah.
Thanks. Don't
Okay,
forget
so
to
your
pick
final public hearing will be Thursday, September 22nd at 5:30. I sent council, the CPI came out this morning at 9:30 at 8.5%. It's the largest increase over a year since 1981. So just as we go into this budget, there will be some challenges with making sure that our workforce is kept up with the cost of living adjustments and that we're able to accomplish the tasks the council want us to do with the increased cost of doing business as well as the cost of equipment and materials. So staff's working really hard to get some estimates, but I'll tell you, it's a moving target. We can't, what a $50,000 truck is today is not going to be next year when we buy it. I can guarantee you that. So that's just the budget environment that we're going into. And then I'd like to also remind council that the annual student awards ceremony that we haven't done in 2 years is scheduled for May 2nd at 6 p.m. And that'll be at the Titusville High School Performing Arts. And I know council really likes doing that. And I haven't missed it the last 2 years. So that's one of my favorite events, actually. So subject to your questions, that concludes my portion. And we do have a lot of stuff coming up in the next 3 meetings for you, just so you know.
This wasn't enough? I'm assuming the last 20 minutes didn't count because we didn't extend the time. So let's do it again.
We can go back if you want.
City Attorney? Anybody? No, I'm out of here. Meeting adjourned. I'm playing.